These words that are among the most fateful and reverberating in all of Jewish history. Vayakeh Yosef et achav v'hem lo hikiruhu. Joseph recognized his brothers, but they didn't recognize him. Now, the Torah is a deep book, and we make a great mistake if we think we can understand it on one superficial level. On the surface, the story is simple. Envious of him, Joseph's brothers initially planned to kill him. Eventually, they sell him into slavery. He's taken into Egypt, and through a series of vicissitudes, he becomes prime minister, second only in rank and power to Pharaoh. It's now many years later. The brothers have come to Egypt to buy food. They come before Joseph, but he no longer looks like the man they knew many years before. Then he was a 17-year-old called Joseph. Now he's 39, an Egyptian ruler called Sophnas Paneach, dressed in official robes with a gold chain round his neck, who speaks Egyptian and uses an interpreter to communicate with these visitors from the land of Canaan. No wonder they didn't recognize him, even though he recognized them. But that is only the surface meaning. Deep down, the book of Bereshit is exploring the most profound source of all human conflict. Freud thought the great symbol of conflict was Laius and Oedipus, the tension between fathers and sons. Bereshit thinks otherwise. The root of human conflict is sibling rivalry. Cain and Abel, Isaac and Ishmael, Jacob and Esau, and now Joseph and his brothers. Joseph has the misfortune of being the youngest. He symbolizes the Jewish condition. His brothers are bigger and stronger than he is. They resent his presence. They see him as a troublemaker. The fact that their father loves him only makes them angrier and more resentful. They want to kill him. In the end, they get rid of him in a way that allows them to feel a little less guilty. They concoct a story that they tell their father, and then they can settle down to life again. They can relax. There is no Joseph to disturb their peace anymore. And now they're facing a stranger in a strange land, and it simply doesn't occur to them that this man may be Joseph. As far as they're concerned, there is no Joseph. They don't recognize him now. They never did. They never recognized him as one of them, as their father's child, as their brother with an identity of his own and a right to be himself. Joseph is the Jewish people throughout history. Joseph recognized his brothers, but they did not recognize him. Judaism was the world's first monotheism, but not the last. Two others emerged, claiming descent, literal or metaphorical, from Abraham: Christianity and Islam. It would be fair to call the relationship between the three Abrahamic monotheisms one of sibling rivalry. Far from being of mere antiquarian interest, the theme of Bereshit's sibling rivalry has been the leitmotif of the better part of the last 2,000 years, with the Jewish people cast in the role of Joseph. There were times, early medieval Spain was one, when Joseph and his brothers lived together in relative harmony, convivencia as they called it. But there were also times, the blood libels, the accusations of poisoning wells and spreading the plague, when they sought to kill him.
Wait, I'm sorry,
and others.
Did he just say convivencia? Like, obviously, I know that is a way to pronounce it, especially like in Barcelona. But like, why did he say it that way?
There were times, early medieval Spain was one, when Joseph and his brothers lived together in relative harmony, convivencia as they
I'm sorry, but you've got to admit, it's objectively funny when a non-Spanish speaking person says it. Oh, hey Zero, here, I'll post the link. If you can't see it for whatever reason, let me know. I'll just text it to you. But yeah, Graham, any thoughts on convivencia?
No, I agree with you. It wasn't odd spelling. It's, again, some of that more of that British accent can get words.
Wait, what?
A British style pronunciation.
No, that has nothing to do with him. I don't think it has anything to do with him being British, because that's legitimately a way of pronouncing it. Convivencia.
Oh, okay. No, I thought it was like, controversy, which whenever, I hear British people saying that one, it's like it's a stumbling block for me.
See, no, that makes sense to me. What doesn't make sense is aluminium. It's not like they spell it aluminium. They still spell it aluminum. They just pronounce it minium. Let's see. But yeah, do you know what I'm talking about with the Barcelona accent?
No.
Here.
Spanish with real Spanish TV.
No veo nada, no veo nada.
Click on.
Hola chicos y chicas, bienvenidos a un nuevo vídeo de Easy Spanish. Yo soy Carla y aunque no me conocéis os explico un poco sobre
Oye, here. Conoceo.
mí. A un nuevo vídeo de Easy Spanish. Yo soy Carla y aunque no me conocéis os explico un poco sobre mí. Vivo en Tarrasa, pero trabajo como profesora de español aquí en Barcelona. Y hoy salimos precisamente aquí a la calle en Barcelona a preguntar a la gente qué es lo que más le gusta de la ciudad. Vamos.
You hear ciudad.
Precisamente aquí a la calle en Barcelona a preguntar a la gente qué es lo que más le gusta de la ciudad. Vamos.
Well, when they pronounce like the, not at the end, so not like vamos, you hear it there, but if you were to say like Sante, it wouldn't be Sante, it would be Sante.
El ambiente. Sí, no sé, los bares, las cosas para hacer por la calle, tiene mucha oferta.
Oye, soy de Barcelona, pues todo.
Barcelona. You see what I'm talking about, though?
Yeah, I do. I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't pointed it out, but I see it.
Yeah. I thought that was really interesting that he said it that way. No hate. I love it. I love that he says it that way. Gives it in character.
Called it. But there were times, early medieval Spain was one, when Joseph and his brothers lived together in relative harmony, convivencia as they called it. But there were also times, the blood libels, the accusations of poisoning wells and spreading the plague, when they sought to kill him. And others, the expulsions that took place throughout Europe, from the English expulsion in 1290 to the Spanish expulsion in 1492, when they simply wanted to get rid of him, let him go and be a slave somewhere else, far from here. Then came the Holocaust. And then came the State of Israel. The destination of the Jewish journey since the days of Abraham, the homeland of the Jewish people since the days of Joshua. No nation on earth, with the possible exception of the Chinese, has such a long association with the land. The day the state was born, 14th of May, 1948, David Ben-Gurion, its prime minister, sought peace. Joshua, no nation on the home of Israel. Then came the Holocaust. And then came
Sorry,
the
I
state
totally
of
missed
Israel.
that.
The destination of the Jewish journey since the days of Abraham, the homeland of the Jewish people since the days of Joshua. No nation on earth with the possible.
Actually, earlier. Because, and see, this is the thing that's really weird to me. Like, you have this idea like, oh, all the Canaanites were wiped out. Well, I mean, first of all, no, they weren't. Second of all, the 12 tribes are descended from Canaanites. Not completely, but partially. It literally, you have the 12 sons of Jacob marrying Canaanite women. I mean, except for Joseph. He marries an Egyptian woman. But, like, but technically,
I thought she was a niece, not a.
yeah,
an
you're right.
Egyptian.
You're right. The tradition is that Asenath was actually the daughter of Dinah. Yeah, I mean, it's a tradition, but the point being, though, is that all the according to tradition, and that's kind of what matters less so than reality, because we know in reality that Jews, along with I mean, again, it's like, a percentage of modern Jewish ancestry again, it's like, because when you're dealing with any population significantly disconnected in time from its ancestor, it's not going to be totally that, but in general, like the both Jews and I mean, it's hard to say that like all. Well, I mean, there is a general what's the word? Like mixing in and kind of homogenization amongst communities. So even if you only have like one part of a community, and this is also what happened in Jewish communities as well, where, eventually over time you might get some people who kind of convert in, or they end up becoming part of the identity. So it's not that everyone is like can trace themselves all the way back, but that's not necessarily. I mean, this is also kind of interesting, because if you were to try to use this as a way to justify the fact that, oh, well, Jews don't have as much of a connection to the land because of that, you could make the same argument. Well, but I mean, it's the same with the Palestinians. You have this, and again, I think if you're looking at genetic drift, then it's inherently going to be problematic. It's more so important to look at the continued practice of traditions. And I think that you kind of have to look somewhere in the middle, but it's just it's screwed up. I mean, like, the thing is, you're not dealing with, like, people view it as two people that share should be sure, but two people that are fighting over a land, when in reality the land doesn't belong to the people belong to the land. And because we're viewing it in this really messed up way, which is in a lot of ways based on I mean, I'd argue that's based a lot on colonialism, but again, it would be wrong to say that colonialism is something new or something that's exclusively like Western European, especially given, all the empires that colonized places. Anyway, the point that I'm trying to get at, though, is that both Palestinians and both Jews have ancestral ties genetically proven to Canaanite peoples. It's proven through a number of things, including linguistic connections, motifs that get carried on that are originally Canaanite and get passed on into Judaism or into Israelite religion. But more than that, you have the fact that there's this tradition that literally says that the sons of Jacob literally married Canaanite women. So how do you deal with the fact that, especially if, so here's the interesting thing. How is it that if, according to Jewish tradition, the parent that has the most like connection to like what the identity of the child will be, at least within modern Jewish tradition, which goes back to, I think, the medieval era, but has its roots in like post-Second Temple Judaism, you have this phenomenon of women being seen as the most important connection, and that's what makes someone Jewish or not Jewish. Yet, despite that fact, according to that standard, none of the sons or none of the grandchildren of Jacob would have actually been. Well, actually, except for maybe no. Okay, so technically Joseph would have been, or because his wife was, his wife's mom was an Israelite. So technically Joseph was the only one who actually kept it in the family, which again I think is questionable, but that's besides the point.
It does limit genetic drift, admittedly.
Yeah, but it increases drift of other things, including predictability. Actually, no, maybe increases predictability of genetic disorders, and also of I don't know. But the point that I want to bring up though is that according to Jewish tradition, either you have to accept that Israelites were kind of Canaanite, and that it was like basically the switch that had to be done was more so in which even then it doesn't make sense, because this thing we read, why would Isaac make his son not marry any of the Canaanite women? And despite that, Jacob doesn't seem to have these same taboos for whatever reason, and I do kind of wonder where this comes from.
Well, you got to take a looser hand when you got 12 kids to ride herd on.
Yeah.
You can be much more hands-on when you only have one.
Yeah, you only have one
Or
daughter.
two.
Only one daughter, 12 sons. Short of oh god, I feel disgusting even for thinking or saying this, but short of having all of, but see, that's the thing. It'd be one thing if you had 12 daughters and one son. Again, equally messed up, but technically you could, oh god, why do I feel like there's probably some civilization or some family that's done that, like some royal family, where it's like they just have a bunch of daughters and only one son, and they're like, okay, we're going to make, and then they end up collapsing their entire family tree into a
becomes more of a family pole.
Not even a pole, more like a something that's made out of wood. Ooh, like a family bookshelf. I don't know. Anyway, let's continue a bit because we've been just going off.
Exception of the Chinese, has such a long association with the land.
Oh, right. It could be argued. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, you definitely have the was it like the Dravidian connection to India, whereas like the further north you get, the less of a connection you have. You have the indigenous peoples of America, who they've been here for so long that they really have no memory of being anywhere else. Honestly, see, that's the thing. It's kind of, but maybe what he's talking about. Wait, he was comparing it to China. So he's referring to modern day populations and countries, whereas I was talking. Yeah, but you still have that connection with India. So he must have just forgotten about India, and you definitely have.
I was going to say the Germanic people would argue that they have some connection too.
That's not, no, because they migrated there. There's historical records of them migrating. I mean,
I was going to say some of them did, some of them didn't. Again, the Latvian culture was pretty much indigenous almost, and you got Yamaya. It's tough to sit there and say how much was migration, how much wasn't.
Yeah, but
what's a better argument is they really weren't a nation.
Yeah,
and you're talking about nations and civilizations.
Yeah,
as a people they did, but not as a nation.
Well, but even then, like what peoples? Because you have the Goths, you have this the Swabi, you have the Alamanni, you have all these different tribes. They didn't identify at the only people who saw them as a people were people from outside of them. And I think the most key element of being able to consider yourself a people is that you have this internal self-identification rather than just being called that group by an out. So for instance, it's kind of like what we were talking about before with Phoenicians. Well, there was the term Kinanu that Phoenicians would have called themselves, but like in terms of how they identified in terms of nationality, it would have been with their cities, not with being Canaanites, because their biggest rivals were themselves, in the same way that there was a point where the biggest rivals of the Germanic tribes were themselves. So it's really like their self-existence was as tribes, not as even a people. Their peoplehood was really only extended to tribes. You had this idea of shared kinship in the same way that as you probably had shared kinship with the sons of Jacob and their descendants, but you only really have this idea of there being a Jewish people, or rather of a Bnei Israel, like of a children of Israel beyond just being the descendants of Israel, like this idea, or rather Am Yisrael, as opposed, so the nation of Israel as opposed to Bnei Israel, really happens at the revelation at Sinai. And before then, they were identifying primarily with their tribe. You still have the identification with tribe later, but you have this internal identification with their kingdom after those develop, for instance, either being from Judah or being from and one indication that we have this is in the book of Esther, where it refers to Mordechai as Ish Yehudi Isha Mini Veisha Hudi. I actually need to see this because I forget exactly how it goes, but Mordechai. Let's see what shows up. Come on. Mordechai here. Come on, load. Let's see. Wait, where's the first mention of him? There's got to be something before. Let's see. Okay. First mention of Mordechai. Okay, here. Ish Yehudi Haya B'Shushan. So there is a man in Judah, or there is a Ish Yehudi, a Jewish man or a Judahite man, Haya B'Shushan, that was in Shushan Habirah, the capital. Ushmo Mordechai, and his name was Mordechai ben Yair, the son of Yair, ben Shimi, the son of Shimi, ben Kish, the son of Kish, Ish Yamini. So notice this. Here it's saying his family lineage, and then it's ending with Ish Yamini, a Benjaminite man. But the first thing it identifies him as is Ish Yehudi. He's a Judahite man. So is he Judahite or is he Benjaminite? And the answer that we have here is, well, very clearly, there was never a kingdom of Benjamin, but there was a kingdom of Judah, and he would have been exiled from the kingdom of Judah. Whereas there was a tribe of Benjamin and a tribe of Judah, and so by process of elimination, the reason that it's putting Yehudi first is because that's how he's being identified to the people outside of him. But when it's referring to his actual lineage, it's not referring to Judah. It's referring to where he comes from, his lineage, as opposed to his nationality. And so I think that this is really, you can't necessarily, I mean, it's difficult because this is really the first time that you have this idea of an exile being referenced, like, beyond just like, oh, and the Jews were exiled. This is actually a story that takes place in exile. And because of that, I think this is really the first moments that you can see this development of nationality coming before like genetic descent. And again, not saying that one has priority over the other, but at least in the way that you're referred to, it's the same way that, I mean, like, it's also what's most obvious, because if you think about it, to people, like, you know, the first thing that people see or hear when they talk with you is your accent. So they're, or your language. They're going to be able to roughly tell where you're from. Also, maybe by your look. And so those are things that, you know, because there's this general, like, realistically, the only people who would be able to tell the difference between the different Israelite tribes back when there still was this distinction before, like, this boiling pot after the exile, was really, you know, would have been before then. And it would have only been Israelites who would have been able to tell, because they could see the internal differences in the same way that, I mean, there's a noted phenomena. And again, it's not just something exclusive to Africa or to Asia. It just happens to be that to people who are, or to societies that are generally, or at least like culturally dominated by European or European descended cultures, And I think on some level you also have this with, for instance, in Africa, people who aren't from Africa maybe look more alike to each other. Like people from certain regions might look more alike, in the same way that you have that phenomenon in Asia, and you have that phenomenon in I mean, obviously, much more than that. But the point is that within any given region, there's going to be more ability to discern between like the peoples within that region than people from outside. And it's not even like, I feel like there's some people who would try and attribute this to racism, but it's literally just a matter of being able to compare and, being exposed to more people from a given culture who have a certain, phenotype. And so because of that, like, in the same way that if you've never had chocolate, oh God, I feel like that. If you've never had, say, any candy, then it's all going to, like if you've never had, honestly, the best comparison is, coffee. If you've never had coffee, all coffee is probably going to taste the same to you. But the moment that, you give coffee to someone who they're like coffee connoisseur, they're going to be able to tell a difference because they have more of a sample size. That's just how science works. Given there are people who they can use their ignorance and go somewhere racist with that, but I think that's well beyond the scope of what I'm talking about here. But I forgot, how did we get to talking about this?
Not sure. Is you basically, it's more if you're talking about people's perceptions.
Oh, all right. So basically, if you go down to this idea that like you have these Israelites that are living in Canaan, there's something that's seen as especially holy about Isaac, that he was born in Canaan and he never left Canaan. And like even before it's referring to the land as Israel, Canaan is still being seen as like something that's good. I mean, I also think that it's worth mentioning that the name Canaan itself actually has a very similar context to the name Yehuda, which has to do with this idea of praise, of Hod, and basically praise versus Canaan can mean humbled. And there's some thoughts about whether or not like the choice in and again, it kind of goes down to what came first, the names or the roots that got ascribed to them. So it's really difficult to actually say. But also here, let me just see if I can see any commentary on this. Does it talk about why it comes first? Let's see. Wait, what? No. This one. Okay, here. Oh, that's a lot. Commentary. Imagine how long it would take to read all that. That would hurt my brain. Okay, here. There was a Judahite man because he was exiled with the exile of Judah. All those who were exiled with the kings of Judah were called Yehudim among the nations, even if they were from another tribe. A Benjaminite man. He was from Benjamin. That is the plain meaning. But our rabbis expounded what they expounded. Anything else? All right. So that answers the question. So basically, I do think that it's worth pointing out that given the understanding of... Yeah, I don't even know why we started talking. Oh, right, about the people's connection to the land. But yeah, like, especially like, I really have an issue when people try to either say, oh, the Jews, they don't have any connection to the, original inhabitants, or there's people who try to say that about Palestinians. It's like, it's not cut and dry, it's not black and white, and it's not one or the other. And if the moment that someone's able to give up on that idea, I mean, I don't think that, if everyone was like, oh yeah, we both come from these people, I don't think that's going to solve the issue, because it's become about identity irregardless of historical reality. And I think that's something that, honestly, it freaking terrifies me, because I feel like at least if there's something that is based in a fundamental or shared reality, then there's some hope for resolution. But as it is right now, I don't even know. And honestly, I don't really care to speculate on it because it's like, it just feels gross, especially with everything going on right now. And I just, all I can say is I want there to be peace soon. And like, yeah, it feels very performative right now, but literally that's all I can do. Anyway, let's see. Okay, Genesis 42, and then we're going to finish watching that video. And I need to finish adding the tags to the video. And I need to find the video so I can continue sharing. Okay, here.
The day the state was born, 14th of May, 1948, David Ben-Gurion, its prime minister, sought peace with Israel's neighbors, and Israel has not ceased seeking peace from then until now. But this is no ordinary conflict.
I mean, some people,
Israel's opponents,
again,
Hamas
it's like
in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon.
It's not that simple, but there definitely has been a bit of a climate shift in terms of opinion, at least regarding Hamas. And like, it's one of those things where like, yeah, it'd be awesome if you can just take Hamas out, but it's like, how do you realistically do it? Anyway, again, I don't really want to talk about it because it's way beyond the scope of what we're trying to talk about here. But I do think that like, there was this one quote from, I need to, oh, dang it. I need to find that quote. 1 second. Give me one moment because this is like so perfect for right now. And I saved it. I just need to find it first. Let's see. One moment. You can share your thoughts in the meantime while I look for it. Otherwise, I feel like the awkward silence.
Oh, no worries. I'll probably go a little bit more there. One of the issues with just focusing so much on Hamas is if you get rid of Hamas, you haven't gotten rid of the underlying dynamic. And there's going to be some other awful, evil people starting some other awful, evil organization to take Hamas's place. So as nice as the idea, if you get rid of Hamas and you get rid of the problem, you need to address the dynamics behind it.
All right. Here, I think I found the quote. Let's see. Okay, here I found it. Let's see. I'm going to try to find it on YouTube, not on Facebook. I can only find it on Facebook. Come on. There's got to be a video of it that is not on Facebook. Okay, maybe search YouTube. All right. Let's see if I have key moments. Let's see. Is this it? One second. Show transcript. Any other thoughts in the meantime?
No, not a whole. Yeah, no, not a whole lot.
Let's see. Of course, I find the speech, but I can't find the part of the transcript where it's set. Wait. Let's see. Let's see. Is it here? Oh God. I really hate the. Dang it. Is this the right one? Okay. Honestly, you know what? We're not going to find anything perfect. So, here.
We must accept finite disappointment, but never lose infinite hope. Darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. Forgiveness is not an occasional act. It is a permanent attitude. Faith is taking the first step even when you don't see the whole staircase. Life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. We may have all come on different ships, but we're in the same boat now. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. Change does not roll in on the wheels of inevitability, but comes through continuous struggle. Love is the only force capable of transforming an enemy into friend. There comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe, nor politic, nor popular, but he must take it because conscience tells him it is right. If you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward. I believe that unarmed truth and unconditional love will have the final word in reality. This is why right, temporarily defeated, is stronger than evil triumphant. True peace is not merely the absence of tension, it is the presence of justice. There is nothing more tragic than to find an individual bogged down in the length of life, devoid of breadth. Man must evolve for all human
This
conflict a method which rejects revenge, aggression, and retaliation. The foundation of such a method is love. You can kill the dreamer, but you can't kill the dream.
It's interesting. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, I'm reminded to the advice that was given to Nero. You can kill everyone except your successor.
Well, technically, if you kill everybody, there is no successor.
True, but yeah, again, the odds of that happening is few and far between. But technically, you're right. But it's still a clever quote.
Hey, with it, actually, I feel like I gotta be careful making this joke, but with let's see, what is it? With enough nuclear energy, anything's possible, including powering the world, which is why we should use nuclear power for power and not for destruction. But, it's more profitable to make weapons, apparently.
Well, I thought that was obvious.
See, we've got to figure out what it is about weapons that make them so profitable and then find a way of doing that to the opposite.
Well, the biggest reason weapons are profitable is you can use them against other people to get their stuff. Again, it's the
Dang.
whole idea of right of conquest.
Unfortunately, the only thing that I can think of that sharing it creates more of it is fire, and I feel like fire isn't the solution to this problem.
I was gonna say fire. Yeah, no, I think fire might be bad. There's a lot of kindling around at the moment.
Yeah, somewhere in the world, there's some kid in some corner shouting, "Yay, fire!"
I'm channeling Beavis and Butter. Fire, fire, fire.
And President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad of Iran are not engaged in a border dispute, these boundaries or those. They deny, as a matter of religious, not political principle, Israel's right to exist within any boundaries whatsoever. There are today 56 Islamic states, but for Israel's neighbors, one single Jewish state the size of Wales is one too many. Joseph recognized his brothers, but they did not recognize him. There is no other state among the 192 member nations of the United Nations whose very right to be is called into question this way. And while we as Jews argue among ourselves as to this policy or that, as if this were remotely relevant to the issue of peace, we fail to focus on the real issue, which is, so long as Joseph's...
Also, I'll bring it up after the end of this, but speaking of Canaanites, have you guys ever heard of the Canaanite movement or Canaanism?
No.
So this is something that if it's...
Is that like a pagan revival thing?
Yeah. Well, so it's more of it's an art movement, but it is connected to that. Unfortunately, it only ever had like, I think less than 100 people, but they were almost all artists. But it's the type of thing where I definitely think there's like elements of that today. But it's interesting because some of their ideas around what they wanted Israel to look like might have. I mean, it's interesting because they definitely had militaristic elements to them, but so it's interesting because their opinion towards Jews and Arabs was the same in some regards. It's hard to explain because we'll read about it in a second. It's really interesting.
Brothers do not recognize his right to be, there can be no peace, merely a series of staging posts on the way to a war that will not end until there is no Jewish state at all. Until the sibling rivalry is over, until the Jewish people wins the right to be, until people, including we ourselves, realize that the threat Israel faces is ultimate and total, until Iran, Hamas, and Hezbollah recognize that Jews have a right to their land within any boundaries whatsoever, all other debate is mere distraction. Shabbat Shalom.
Hi, I'm Sam Jordan, Director of Humanitarian Action for the International Rescue Committee.
All right, so let's see what I can find here. So, Cananism. Well, here in the meantime, while I'm taking this tab real quick.
באמת לא יודע. שאתה הצאצאים של הכנענים. לא יודע, באמת לא יודע. אוקיי. האם אתם, בתור יהודים, צאצאים של הכנענים? צאצאים של הכנענים.
אני כנענים שמעתי, שלמדתי פעם תנ"ך, מה בדיוק היה ההבדל בין כנעני ליהודי, אני לא יודע.
אתה חושב שיש קשר? מה, כן, לא? לא? אוקיי.
אין לי מושג.
אוקיי, אכפת לכם?
לא, לי לא אכפת.
אתה חושב שאתה, בתור יהודי, צאצאים של הכנענים?
יכול להיות. אני לא, אף פעם לא התאמצתי בזה, אבל יכול להיות.
אוקיי, אתה חושב שהפלסטינאים גם?
שאלות קשות יש לך. וואלה אין לי מושג, אני אגיד לך את האמת, אני לא מתעמק יותר מזה.
Are you a descendant of the Canaanites?
Canaanites? No. I don't know. Look, I don't know a lot about Canaanites or old. I'm not very connected to religion. I'd say I'm very secular. My whole family is very secular.
Okay.
And no, I'm an Israeli man.
Okay.
It's funny because you don't
think that Palestinians
doesn't have anything to do with religion inherently.
No, I think it's so far away in the past that nobody considers itself right now Canaanites. But yet again, that's my opinion.
אתה חושב שאתה צאצאים של הכנענים?
כן, אני כהן.
אוקיי. אז השורשים שלך מפה, כנענית, אוקיי. אותו דבר כלפי הפלסטינים, הם גם השורשים של הכנענים?
אני חושב, כן, לפי התורה, אני לא יודע, לא מבין מתורה, אבל לפי התורה, זה כן. כן.
האם את חושבת שאת מהכנענים?
I'm not 100% sure because based on the typical understanding, that shouldn't be the case because according to tradition, the Canaanites were wiped out by the Israelites. So it's like, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. So I have a feeling probably he's referring to the Philistines, and maybe there's some breakdown in communication, but again, not sure.
לא, כאילו השורשים שלך, היהודים, זה מכנען, כאילו כנענים או לא?
יכול להיות, אפשר לדעת.
לא, את מרגישה שמדברים על כנענים, את מרגישה כאילו, זה העם שלי? כן. אז אוקיי. את חושבת שפלסטינים הם גם?
לא.
למה?
כי הם לא, אין לי תשובה מספקת, הם לא.
You know that someone doesn't have a legitimate answer when they say they just aren't.
אם אתה חושב שאתה הצאצאים של הכנענים?
שאלה מסובכת.
אוקיי.
אבל לא.
לא? לא. למה אתה חושב לא?
אוי, שאלה מסובכת. שאלה איך אתה מגדיר את הכנענים.
Seriously, dude, you're going to deny it with your dope ass Canaanite beard?
הכנענים הם תושבי הארץ או לא. והאם יהושע בן נון כן כבש את זה מדרכם.
ומה דעתך זה לא?
לא.
כאילו,
לא.
היהודים לא כנענים. אז מאיפה היהודים?
תראה, היהודים זה שאלה עוד יותר מורכבת, כי עצם יהודים זה משבט יהודה. השאלה איך אתה מחשיב את עצמך, אם אתה מחשיב את עצמך עברי או יהודי. זאת השאלה.
You didn't even think, so, what about Israelite? Anyway, let's see. What was I looking for? All right. So, let's see. Canaanism. I'm sorry, how is there a YouTube video on how to pronounce Canaanism?
Canaanitism. Canaanitism.
This is unreal. Wait, how many videos has the... Holy crap! You see this?
What?
This channel has 398,000 videos.
Yeah, each one of them a computer-generated pronunciation.
Dude, whoever... Oh, and then look, they throw on a picture of a pretty girl in order to get more engagement. Literally, how much money do you think this channel's made? Oh, actually, let's see. We can find out. Let's see, Social Blade. Here. Let's see. Come on, search. Okay, according to this, video earning. Holy shit. That's interesting. Apparently, wait, was this? I do not. Again, it's all estimated. Anyway, sorry, I'm so easily distracted. Where Canaanism? Let's see. Canaanites, maybe. Canaanites. I'm just going to see what... Oh, that's why it's set to videos. Okay, so... Here, I'll just search for Canaan. See what shows up. Canaan disambiguation. See also Canaanism here. So this article is about the Jewish Palestinian ideological movement. For ancient Canaanite polytheism, see Canaanite religion. Canaanism was a cultural and ideological movement founded in 1939 that reached its peak in the 1940s among the Jews of Mandatory Palestine. It has had significant effect on the course of Israeli art, literature, and spiritual and political thought. Its adherents were called Canaanites, Canaanim. The movement's original name was the Council for the Coalition of Hebrew Youth. Was this Hava'ad Legivush Hanoar Ha'ivri. Gibush. Oh, so Avad is the council. Legivush for the coalition. Hanoar of youth. Ha'ivri of the Hebrew youth. or less formally, the Young Hebrews. Oh, that is not a good move. They were probably modeling the name after the Young Turks. You think that might be where they were getting it?
100%. That's exactly what popped into my head, especially given the
damn
time
it.
period. Because the Young Turks were they had been successful, a few decades earlier. Tag.
Damn it. It's like, why did they have to go with that? That is not a vibe. Canaanism was originally a pejorative term. It grew out of revisionist Zionism, which I think that's Jabotinsky, is it? Yeah, I was right. It's a form of Zionism which is characterized by territorial maximalism. Revisionist Zionism promoted expansionism and the establishment of a Jewish majority on both sides of the Jordan River. Oof. Let's see. Does it actually talk about their beliefs? Ideology. Let's see. Jabotinsky believed Arab opposition to Zionism was inevitable and that any efforts at reconciliation with Arabs would be unsuccessful. He believed that voluntary consent from the Arabs to turn Palestine into a country with a Jewish majority was not possible. I mean, you definitely see echoes of this within elements of the far right in Israel today. Oh God, Jabotinsky was unsympathetic towards fascism in his early years. However, he became increasingly aligned with fascism during the 1930s, agreeing with the outlawing of strikes and militarism that fascism entailed. Leftist propaganda described Jabotinsky as a fascist during the 1930s, and he was seen as a fascist by many other Zionists. Jabotinsky supported the outlawing of strikes because he was fervently anti-socialist and saw socialism as incompatible with Zionism. He was sympathetic to the ideology of Italian dictator Benito Mussolini during the 1930s. This changed when Mussolini aligned himself with Adolf Hitler, at which point Jabotinsky ceased to associate with Mussolini. Is it sad that I wouldn't have been surprised if it turns out that he actually had liked Hitler at one point? But no, at least he didn't like Hitler.
He probably thought Franco was okay. Franco was another one of the fascists at the time.
Oh wow! So from the Irgun to the Likud, let's see. While the initial core group of Likud's leaders, such as Israeli Prime Ministers Begin and Yitzhak Shamir, came from Likud's Cherut faction, later leaders such as Benjamin Netanyahu, whose father was Jabotinsky's secretary, and Ariel Sharon have come from or moved to the pragmatic revisionist wing. So they were really out there. I wonder what on earth because they weren't religious. That's the thing. They wanted to establish an identity that was separate from. So in a lot of ways, yeah, that has a lot to do with kind of the secular state that. But the interesting thing is the secular state of Israel that was established was actually socialist. So they kept this like anti-religious or like rather non-religious element of the Canaanist movement, but they went away from the extreme right-wing shit apparently. Anyway, Cananism was originally a pejorative term. It grew out of revisionist Zionism and had roots in European extreme right-wing movements, particularly Italian fascism. Most of its members were part of Irgun or Lechi. Dang it, why you got to do this movement so dirty by being a part of it? Cananism never had more than about 24 registered members, but because most of these were influential intellectuals and influential intellectuals and artists, the movement had an influence far beyond its size. Its members believed that much of the Middle East had been a Hebrew-speaking civilization in antiquity. The interesting thing is there is some truth to this, but not in the way that... Actually, in the way they were thinking, there was some truth. Because if you're thinking about it, who else but the Phoenicians?
I was going to say you could make an argument that it was a Semitic speaking, but Hebrew was a later development than that. It was a refinement.
Yeah, but so you see, this is the interesting thing. The I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that Here, let me see if I can find this. Let's see. Paleo Hebrew. So obviously, it's important to look at the fact that, this is ways we refer to it now, but does it have, let's see, I mean, you also have to look at the state of scholarship at that point. When they say Hebrew, they might as well be talking about like Proto-Hebrew. Let's see. Does it have a full list of? Because I could have almost sworn that there's. Yeah, honestly, sorry, I'm like kind of losing my train of thought. So where were we? Oh yeah, Canaanism. Here. So, let's see. That much of the Middle East had been a Hebrew-speaking civilization in antiquity. Kuzar also says that they hope to revive the civilization, creating a Hebrew nation disconnected from the Jewish past, which would embrace the Middle East's Arab population as well. They saw both world Jewry and world Islam as backwards and medieval. Ron Kuzar writes that the movement exhibited an interesting blend of militarism and power politics towards the Arabs as an organized community. So notice this. An interesting blend of militarism and power politics towards Arabs as an organized community on the one hand, and a welcoming acceptance of them as individuals to be redeemed from medieval darkness on the others. But what's important to emphasize here, and they didn't, is that they felt the same way towards Jews. So and I think maybe the particular difference is that you didn't have the same type of reform movement within Islamic societies, at least within the context of a European secularism, that you had among some Jews. And so the Jews that weren't vehemently Jewish or religious Jewish, they weren't, not because they were fundamentally trying to establish an identity, like a new Hebrew identity. They were actually trying to just establish a secular identity where Judaism was seen as nothing more than their religion. And in the case of them, of the people who they didn't practice a religion, they just considered themselves Jews as by birth only. And so you didn't have the same hurdles to deal with in the Jewish population as you did in the Arab population if you wanted to actually have this movement go mainstream. And I mean, honestly, that's probably why it never did. Let's see, the Canaanites and Judaism. The movement was founded in 1939. In 1943, the Jewish Palestinian poet Yonatan Ratosh published an epistle to the Hebrew youth, the first manifesto of the Canaanites. In this tract, Ratosh called upon Hebrew youth to disaffiliate themselves from Judaism and declared that no meaningful bond united Hebrew youth residing in Palestine and Judaism. Ratosh argued that Judaism was not a nation but a religion, and as such it was universal, without territorial claims. One could be Jewish anywhere. For a nation to genuinely arise in Palestine, he maintained the youth must uncouple from Judaism and form a Hebrew nation with its own unique identity. The term Hebrew had been associated with the Zionist aspiration to create a strong, self-confident new Jew since the late 19th century. The birthplace and geographical coordinates of this nation is the Fertile Crescent. The Council for the Coalition of Hebrew Youth calls upon you as a Hebrew, as for one whom the Hebrew homeland is a homeland in actuality, not as vision, nor as desire, and not as solution for the Jewish question, nor as solution to cosmic questions, and not as solution to the variegated neuroses of those stricken by the diaspora. As for one for whom the Hebrew language is a language in actuality and practicality, a mother tongue, a language of culture and of the soul, the one and only language for emotion and thought, as one whose character and intellect were determined in the Hebrew reality, whose internal landscape is the landscape of the nation, and whose past is the past of the nation alone, as one who, despite the best efforts of rootless parents, teachers, statesmen, and religious leaders, could not be made to like and affiliate with the shtetl and the history of the diaspora, the pogroms and explosions and martyrs, and whose natural estrangement from all prophets of Zionism, the fathers of Jewish literature in the Hebrew tongue, and the diaspora mentality and the diaspora problem cannot be expunged. Whereas all these were conferred upon you by force like a borrowed cloth, faded and tattered and too tight. Out of their estrangement from Judaism, the Canaanites were also estranged from Zionism. The state of Israel ought to be, they argued, a Hebrew state, not a solution to the Jewish question. Following the first Aliyah, a generation arose in Palestine that spoke Hebrew as a native language and did not always identify with Judaism. Designating the Israeli people as a Jewish people, the Canaanites argued, was misleading. If it was possible to be a Jew anywhere, then the state of Israel was merely an anecdote in the history of Judaism. A nation must be rooted in a territory and a language, things which Judaism in its very nature could not provide. That's really interesting. Oh, wow. And do you see their flag? It's an olive.
So,
wow.
So he was the Ataturk of Canaan.
Basically. Flag of the Hebrew youth. In 1944, Yonatan Ratosh, one of the movement's leaders in the 1940s and 1950s, published the opening message at the committee session with a messenger of the cells, a 50-page pamphlet containing the founding speech of the Hebrew Youth Movement. On the cover of the publication is pasted the image of the proposed flag for the Hebrew people. The golden symbol on the flag is based on the first Hebrew letter Aleph in the Paleo-Hebrew script, which symbolizes the horns of the bull. The golden symbol also symbolizes the rays of the sun at sunrise over the mountain in the east in blue, which paints the sky red. This symbol was later used by the movement, and following it, the movement's newspaper was also called Aleph. Ratosh attached great importance to the flag, which he called the flag of Techelet, light blue, and Argamon, purple, and the golden rays. And in his speech, he noted, "This flag is what will remain of our book, and with all our hearts. It is the essence of our first book, and whoever remembers this flag alone, also in it, the writer did his mission. His day will come, and he will follow his flag. In his shadow he will live, and on it he will die." Interesting.
So were they anti-Arab, or were they trying to unify with the Arabs in a
they wanted to basically create an identity that was neither Arab nor Jewish, but which was based on the land. So they were very nationalistic, but at the end of the day, it's also tricky because, like it said, they wanted to embrace Arabs as individuals, but not as a community. In the same way, they didn't want to embrace Jews as a community. They wanted to embrace Jews as individuals. And it's interesting. It's like...
it seemed like the price of admission for the Arabs was maybe to start speaking and writing in Hebrew.
It was more, I think, to give up Shiara law and stuff. That you had to separate your religion from the government. And the Jews had to do the same thing, is I think what they were saying.
Yeah, and it's same with like only speaking in Hebrew, not just for Arabs but Jews as well. Because you have to keep in mind there was a point where what the language was going to be in the British Mandate. It was like there was a point where I mean you have to keep in mind in the 1800s was when modern Hebrew got revived. And so there was a good point where a lot of the immigrants were speaking Yiddish, or they weren't speaking Hebrew. But so listen to this. The movement promoted the idea that the land of Israel was that of ancient Canaan, or according to others, the whole of the Fertile Crescent, in which ancient peoples and cultures had lived, and that the historical occasion of the reemergence of an Israeli people constituted a veritable revival of these selfsame ancient Hebrews and their civilization, and consequently a rejection of religious Judaism in favor of a native and rooted Hebrew identity. Because the Canaanites sought to create in Israel a new people, they mandated the disassociation of Israelis from Judaism and the history of Judaism. In their stead, they placed the culture and history of the ancient Near East, which they considered to be the true historical reference. They argued that the people of the land of Israel in the days of the biblical monarchs had not been Jewish but Hebrew, and had shared a cultural context with other peoples of the region. Citing contemporary biblical criticism, the Canaanites argued that the Tanakh reflected this ancient history, but only partly. Wow. Since it had been compiled in this period of the Second Temple by Jewish scribes who had rewritten the history of the region to suit their worldview. We were literally talking about this right before we started, right, Graham?
We were talking about this and also the revision during the Hellenistic era as well. They're talking about the revision during the Persian era.
No, the Second Temple era. Wait. What? No, because the Second Temple era encompasses all the way from the Persian all the way to the Roman era. So
Right. That what they're saying is that when they started the second, that they're talking like the Deuteronomic reforms. When they started the Second Temple era, they rewrote the rules and basically wrote the old ways out of it and went with the new, like when they wrote out the Asherah poles.
No, but that's the thing. Deuteronomy is pre Second Temple Judaism.
It is? I thought that was under Hosea.
Hosea, yeah. That was before the destruction of the first temple.
Oh, you're right. You're right. My bad.
No worries. So yeah, so this would be at the same time. This is exactly what we were talking about.
So it would be a way for a neo-pagan revival to come up under the secularization.
Yeah, there's definitely elements of it still alive today, but it's much more of just kind of like, in the same way that there's like goth culture or there's like, there's alternative cultures, but it's nowhere in the mainstream like it used to be, where it was like, but again, it was more so like an art thing that was in the mainstream. Anyway,
but like America, the establishment of a secular state allowed.
Oh, I see what you're talking about.
Allowed paganism, feminism, other ethnisms all to rise up within a secular matrix. That would have been punished by the Puritans. I mean, you could be flogged for not coming to church. I think even killed.
Interesting. So much of the Canaanite effort was dedicated to researching the history of the Middle East and its peoples. The Canaanites cited approvingly the work of Umberto Casuro, who translated Ugaritic poetry into Hebrew. Ugarit was an ancient city located in modern-day northern Syria, where in the early 20th century, many important ancient texts written in the Ugaritic language were discovered. Ugaritic verse bore an uncanny resemblance to the language of the Tanakh. The Canaanites argued that these texts proved that the people of the land of Israel had been much closer socially and culturally to other peoples of the region than they had been to Judaism. Holy shit, there's a lot. In his book, Sifrut Yehudit Balashon HaIvrit, Jewish Literature in the Hebrew Tongue, Yonatan and Ratush sought to differentiate between Hebrew culture and Jewish literature, or Hebrew literature and Jewish literature written in the Hebrew language. Jewish literature, Ratush claimed, could be and was written in any number of languages. The idea and writing style that characterized Jewish literature in Hebrew were not especially different from those of Jewish literature in other languages. Ratush and his fellow Canaanites, especially Aharon Amir, thought that Hebrew literature could be rooted to its historical origins in the land of Israel and the Hebrew language. As an example, they noted American literature, which in their mind was created for the new American people. Canaanite verses often obscure to those unfamiliar with ancient Ugaritic and Canaanite mythology. One of the principal techniques used by the Canaanites to produce Hebrew literature was to adopt words and phrases, especially Hapax Legmona, in which the Canaanites regarded as traces of the original unedited Hebraic Tanakh from the Hebraic Tanakh from the Tanakh, and used them in a poetic that approximated biblical and Ugaritic verse. Especially in their use of repetitive structures and parallelism, the Canaanites did not rule out the use of new Hebrew words, but many of them did avoid Mishnaic Hebrew. However, these characteristics represent only the core of the Canaanite movement and not its full breadth. The late literary scholar Baruch Kurzweil, is he related to, was it Ray Kurzweil? Is that the name?
I wouldn't make that assumption, but I wouldn't be shocked.
No. Argued that the Canaanites were not sui generis, of its or their own kind, but a direct continuation, albeit a radical, of the literature of Micha Joseph Berdishevsky and Shaul Chernikovsky. Interesting. Canaanites and language. Ratush and his brother Uzi Ornan also sought for the Romanization of Hebrew. What?
Ataturk, I'm telling you, is the Atakanan.
In order to further divorce the language from the older Hebrew alphabet, writing articles in the Hebrew language press in the 1960s and 1970s, they criticized the Hebrew alphabet for its graphical shortcomings in relationship with Judaism and proposed for official Romanization of the language in order to further free secular Hebrew Israelis from the hold of religion and integrate them into larger Levantine. Wait, sorry, they oh yeah, right what you said. into larger Levantine region. Their proposals for wholesale Romanization met condemnation from various figures due to the perception that Romanization was a means of assimilation and Levantinization, used in context to describe non-European cultural influences in the lands of the... Wait, what? How is that a means of Levantin? So Romanization, that would be what? Changing it to Latin?
No, you'd put it into the Roman alphabet rather than the Hebrew alphabet.
What do you mean the Roman alphabet?
The Latin alphabet, yeah. You'd use
That's
like,
what I said. I was like, wait, you said no, so I'm like, wait, what do you mean then?
I thought you meant put it into Latin, but yeah, exactly.
Yes, okay, let's see. Interesting. Iturk later compared the Canaanite proposal for Romanization to the more successful reform of the Turkish alphabet as undertaken by Mustafa Kemal Ataturk in Turkey. The reform of Turkish spelling, which had previously been written in the Arabic-based Ottoman Turkish alphabet for over 1,000 years until the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire, was similarly motivated by Ataturk's attempts to secularize and modernize post-Ottoman Turkish society. Oh, damn. How much more? Activities. The coalition published a journal, Aleph, which ran from 1948 to 1953, featuring the works of several luminaries of the movement, including Ratosh, Adia? Sorry, there's a bit. Yeah, Adia Haron. Interesting. Look at his name. He literally took the name of Haron, of a pagan god. Let's see. Where are we? Uzziornan, Amos Canaan, and Benjamin Tammuz. It was edited by Aharon Amir, and the journal circulated erratically throughout its existence. It sounds like something I would do erratically. Like, publish a article here, and then, wait a few months, and then here's another one, and then, a few more months, and then maybe a year. And let's see, where are we? The journal was named after a young Hebrew's flag designed by Ratosh that featured an aleph in the more figurative shape of an aleph's head, as in the Phoenician or Paleo-Hebrew alphabet. The history of the coalition and the movement was fraught with controversy and opposition. In 1951, leaflets were distributed by self-identified Canaanites in opposition to Zionism during the World Zionist Congress in Jerusalem that year. Later that year, the coalition was formally organized at a conference of ideologues, but the permit to formally register as an NGO was deliberately delayed by the Interior Minister. The ministry's representative explained that the approval had been delayed because the group did not complete the standard inquiry of the granting of approvals for political societies. The group claimed that as many as 500 members at its height, although outside commentators only assessed the membership at around 100. After the arrest of Amos Canaan in June 1952 on suspicion of throwing a bomb onto the doorstep of David Zvi Pinchas, newspaper editorials were lodged against the Canaanite movement and its members. The coalition claimed to have no connection to Canaan or his act, and both Amir and Ratosh filed a libel suit against Isaiah Bernstein of Hatzofeh, the Watcher, and Azriel Karlbach from Ma'ariv, the Evening, on behalf of the coalition, but the suit was rejected for technical reasons. In the 1960s, the movement's members participated in group discussion called Hebrew Thought Clubs and issued a booklet of their discussions as the first claw. Among participants in the discussion were also identified individuals who were Canaanites, such as Rostam Bastuni, an Israeli Arab who is a member of the Second Knesset from Mapam, and Yehoshua Palman. Interesting. So you did have Arabs who were a part of this movement. Let's see. I need a small break, so I'm going to find another video to put on, and we'll start the start reading. But yeah, what do you guys think of that?
I think it's kind of it's a modernism, and it's both internationalism and nationalism, because it would be more aligned with.
I wouldn't necessarily say internationalism so much as regionalism.
Well, like the Romanization is an aspect of assimilating with the broader,
I don't know that. I mean, actually, yeah, that is a good point, because they could have always just used the Paleo-Hebrew alphabet, but they didn't.
Yeah, they were talking about modernizing, essentially.
Give me a moment.
And they certainly seem like a left wing opposition to more of the right wing Zionists.
Wait, what are you talking? They were not left wing, dude.
Well, it's not that clear, is it?
There's a lot of what they were saying that falls into left wing ideology.
Yeah, and they talked about him being anti-socialist at some point there, I think, or someone said there that socialism was not compatible, and I don't know if it was with Judaism or with Zionism, but in a way that's also kind of very much like the American governmental setup of a sort of a libertarian.
Yeah, but isn't libertarian more right wing?
Yeah, well, but not necessarily, because I mean, like Noam Chomsky, anarcho syndicalism,
I mean, he also supports Russia's war on Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like nobody. That's the thing with complexities. You're not going to have direct alignments,
Yeah, fair enough.
Chomsky is a brilliant odd coot.
Yeah,
I think he should stick to his field.
Well, his field forever has been political analysis.
I was going to say, it's funny you say that, Zero. It's like I had known of him for years from his linguistic work,
That's
and
what I'm
was
saying.
totally unaware that he had been this political commentator. And again, once I started reading his political stuff, it summed up where his founding principle is any group of three contains a conspiracy of two against the other one.
Well, I mean, he's been the powerhouse that has, brought all these things out of the dark that would otherwise just not be in consciousness at all. I mean, but yeah, he's not always going to necessarily make the right way, especially if he's wanting to be kind of contrarian, which he does seem to go in that mood often enough.
But I mean, the thing that's important to remember though is that they took a lot of inspiration from Lehi, and that's like Lehi or Gun, like that's a far right.
Yeah, but like with the populist things that are going on right now, they can break left or right.
Okay, I see that.
There's
Almost
actually,
like, yeah, I see where you're
it's
going.
like
with that.
people that are in a union that are supporting Trump. They're in a union.
And I was going to say the other one is the extremes on both the right and the left tend to mirror each other far more than either of them would like to believe.
Yeah.
True. I mean, just look at what's going on right now with the people who are, like using what's going on right now in Israel. Again, not to say that everyone who is, because obviously I don't think that's the case, but how there are people who are using the pro-Palestine movement in order to try and justify their anti-Semitism. Again, I'm saying this isn't everyone. I'm not even saying it's most people. I'm not making a claim as to what percentage, but anyone who denies that there are people who are using the was it anyone who denies that? I mean, there's people who use both sides. It's the same with people who just don't like Arabs, and they're using what's happening what happened in Israel to be like, oh, here I'm now justified in my hatred or whatever. But no, it's like it doesn't matter who's doing it or against who. It's horrible no matter what.
Yeah, just like laying the claim of anti-Semitism on people who are just progressive and anti-imperialist.
Yeah, but the question is, if they're that way, do they also condemn what China is doing to the Uyghurs, or what Russia's doing to Ukraine?
Yeah, the real ones do.
Yeah, but if they don't, isn't that kind of indicative that they're being selective with who they're choosing to criticize?
Well,
bingo.
It's a matter of whether you can dig down to know what all of their views have ever been throughout time. When that's not the issue that's being necessarily dealt with right now.
Anyway, I mean, I just think that if someone has an issue with someone's actions, they're not only going to have an issue with those people's actions. They're going to have an issue with anyone who does those actions. Unless the case is maybe they just have an issue with the people doing the actions.
But it's the same kind of tactic to impugn other motives to someone when they're directly, asserting a certain viewpoint, and then second guessing that.
No, but like, dude, you've got to admit there's something really fishy if someone's holding up a sign that says, stand with all these different oppressed peoples, and there's no mention of the Uyghurs. They like, you're aware of like the whole tanky sphere, right?
Well, that's the whole thing, is that these Jewish organizations for ceasefire are totally working with Arabs and Islamic. They are for the protection of the Islamic. True progressives, and that's the strain that's in this movement that you're talking about, is not anti-Islamic, even though there's clashes there, on principles for sure.
You mean it's like also how you have people? Yeah, I mean, anyway, it's really far afield from what we're talking about.
Like I say, it's secularists who are for religious rights. Is a very different thing than secularists that wants to squash all religious expression.
Yeah, but that the secular people, and again, like in general, secular people don't support they don't support Palestinians because of religious reasons. They support them for humanitarian reasons.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, if you claim to be supporting them for humanitarian reasons, and you're also saying some really sus things about both Israel and or Jews, and then you're not, and then you claim to be this advocate for all oppressed peoples, and you're complete like there was there's just one anecdote, but there was this one case where it was like it had a list of all these different oppressed peoples, and it had free Palestine, free I forget all that it was, but and then it also said free the Uyghurs, and someone commented, free the Uyghurs from what? Like they're clearly implying that what China's doing is not a genocide, and it's like at the end of the day, I don't like without going into what is and isn't genocide. If you're making a claim about one group that and then you're also ignoring another group that is just as much or is more like again without going into it,
like in Sudan with Darfur.
Yeah,
Islamic government totally quashing and genociding people that are basically more indigenous African. But you're not going to see that on the sign likely either. It's down down the list.
No, but like there's a difference between forgetting to mention something and being confronted about the lack of mentioning something and then choosing to double down.
Yeah, so you're talking about somebody's reactive comment that doesn't seem to know that China is doing Uyghurs.
Like it goes
beyond. Or
beyond.
it's trying to minimize and excuse it away.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, that's
it's like, what about the Uyghurs? It's like, so what about the Uyghurs?
That's a troll. That's a troll. That's not what a movement.
That's a convenient excuse.
That's selective outrage.
For the troll, not the movement.
Obviously not. But what I'm saying, that I never said anything about the movement. I'm talking about individuals who use the shadow of the movement in order to justify their hatred.
Just as the movement in general is painted as anti-Semitic.
Well, one of the unfortunate facts is a lot of those trolls are going to be part of the movement too. So you can't separate.
You hold a protest, you're going to have a few shills mix in.
No, but see, that's the thing. You're automatically assuming that they're shills.
Well, if you have film of them getting paid in an envelope,
you have government shills that are in there. You have other interests that come in. Certainly, I mean, Russia is using and doing all these online mind game shit by pitting groups against each other, actually even scheduling protests and counter protests at the same site so they will both show up and get into a scuffle. I mean, that doesn't
Oh,
make
I
any
was going solely off of the fact that they run advertisements and they pay the people in cash and they have film of all that stuff. I figure I don't need a conspiracy if you actually have, if they're taking advertisements, they're not trying to hide anything. That's not a conspiracy at that point.
Who's taking advertisements?
Oh, a lot of them for paid protesters. It's like they'll take advertisements out saying, we'll pay you, $100 for the day plus food, and we'll bust you over to the city for this protest, like Charlottesville and stuff. And you'll have both sides of them with their paid protesters coming in to stir up problems.
So were they hiring counter protesters?
Well, both sides, from everything I've seen, both sides do. They just, that they're hiring people who are willing to do, whatever it, being stupid, hooligans for $100 a day.
Yeah, and then the government has gone into movement after movement, and will start a ruckus and start burning shit in order to make a peaceful protest, just be negated as a riot on the news.
Dude, like, I don't. That's not what I'm talking about. Like, there are leaders in, and again, this goes for both sides, but there are leaders in, both sides of any conflict who it's like, yeah, you could say, okay, well, they're just bad. At the end of the day, if they're leaders of a movement, does it really, like, I don't know. It's
the completely the Jewish groups that are the peace groups that are for ceasefire are being called pro-terrorist by Democrats in America.
Dude, I really, I don't know. Like, I haven't been
And
focusing on the American side of it.
I guess they could be called self-hating Jews or whatever as well. But
Again, I'm glad I'm out of his. I don't even know what the rationale is to, how wanting a ceasefire makes you anti-Arab, or I thought that was. Again, to me, a ceasefire only kicks the can down the road. And I think this is a problem that we need to address, and now while we have it, while the wound's open.
All right, let's see. Is this this should be, wait, is this trying to find a good one. I give up. Do I? No, it's too long. Okay, good. Let's find one that isn't too long. Oh, wait, is this? Sorry, I have a hard time choosing which one to watch. Why do I always have a hard time finding? Oh, wait, is this? Is this good? Here.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, good evening, everyone. Afreilich and Hanukkah. We have a fantabulous shir for tonight. Parshas Miqetz and Hanukkah. We're continuing the shir on Seferatius, which are, again, generously sponsored by Dr. Zakim and Mishpachta Le'ilui Nishmas, Rav Shlomo Eliezer ben Rav Yaakov Zakheim, and Le'ilui Nishmas Rivka Bas Tuvi Halevi. Began Eden Teimenu Chas.
Also, just one thing to add, like, I think one thing that really makes it clear that, everything that's going on has to be reevaluated is the fact that, and again, it's the type of thing where it's messed up that this is the case, but probably now that it's like, it's horrible, but, and I don't think that's good in any regard, but basically when the fact that the IDF shot, 3 people who they thought were, they say they thought they were Hamas, but they were, they'd taken off their shirts to show they didn't have anything that could, harm the IDF, and they had a makeshift white flag. And the fact that even they were shot, like that's definitely something that I think it shines a lot of light on some stuff that, it's definitely opened my eyes in some ways. Again, it's not like, I don't think that, that means like, oh, okay, then go to the other side, because I don't even think the problem is, if people even view it as an issue of sides, there's never ever going to be any resolution, because the problem is that, you can say there's different sides, but at the end of the day, we're all human. And like, when that the actions of Hamas is hurting Palestinians and the actions of the IDF is hurting Israelis.
Yeah, and that's just the whole thing with cop culture, and that's what the people that are on the principles of human rights are about, instead of us or them. And there's also videos of at least dozens of IDF soldiers, and they're singing and dancing in a circle and calling for genocide. They're saying, we're going to wipe all of you totally out. It's a culture in all kind of military.
I like,
police,
yeah,
police
I'm not
and
denying that,
military,
but I think
they
it's
come in with a
also
simplistic. Police and military come in with a simplistic, domination paradigm.
But dude, that same military culture exists in Gaza.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can put anything in that slot of who the other is.
I was going to say, I'm going a slightly different angle. I'd like to think that we're all human. There are some people on both sides of them that I'm just not quite sure I can get there to them being human.
Yeah, well, when you go to a certain degree of,
some of them are true monsters on both sides.
Yeah. Personally, I think the idea of people being monsters is that's the thing. People are the real monsters. And to say that someone's not human because of the actions they do, I think that's a huge misstep, because that can put the idea in the minds of other people that a monster looks or acts like a monster rather than what they actually do.
Well, what they do and what they act like is kind of the same thing.
I disagree. You can act a certain way and do something entirely different. That's the reason why actors play different play different roles.
I see what you're saying. I can't entirely separate them the same way you do, because in order to do anything, you have to take an action.
Yeah, but that's just semantic. I'm using act within the context of put on a role as opposed to act as take action.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I use the word project more into that area, but it's all good.
But when those actions are taking away the human rights of others, you can say we're still human, but you're anti-human.
And there's some, it's like, there's some people I'm willing to sit there and say that they've essentially thrown their humanity away. Again, Hitler being one of them, Jeffrey Dahmer. There's some people in which they just go so far outside of the range of anything resembling normal human behavior that I just can't continue to call them human. Peg.
Well, but see, that's the thing. They still are humans. The difference is they might not act human or they might not be humane. But at the end of the day, if you were to check their DNA, they're still going to be a flesh and blood human.
Yes, they're a bipedal primate.
But is that, again, now we're in the what makes up a human? Is it just DNA, or is it their beliefs, their thoughts, their feelings, things like that? And if you're looking at
some sense of society, yeah.
Anyway, let's move on. Otherwise, we'll be talking about this forever.
Some, they should be Melitza Yisham for their whole family, for Simcha Sanachas, Adbi Eskoel Tzedek. This week's shir is sponsored by my dear friend in Eretz Yisrael anonymously. May Hashem bless him. Bamizrach. Okay, tonight's shir is also dedicated by my dear friend Reb Avi Takei. May Hashem bless. Shir is sponsored by my dear friend in Eretz Yisrael anonymously. May Hashem bless him. Bamizrach. Okay, tonight's shir is also dedicated by my dear friend Reb Avi Tuckman as a zechus for Shmira for all the soldiers. Hashem should watch over them and protect them. Mikol nego macha mikol tzarvat sukkah. Tonight's shir is also dedicated by our dear friend, Mishpachas Herman, Mrs. Yehudit Herman, Le'iloi Nishmas, her sister, Ellen Goldberg of Indianapolis, Indiana. Yeah? Where's Indianapolis? Okay. On her third yard side, Esther Shoshana Bas Ruvain. Also, in honor of the new Sefer.
Realize this? Indianapolis is basically the same as calling Oklahoma City Oklahomopolis. Wow. Same with Minneapolis.
Yeah, city of.
Minion. So fascinating. And then Annapolis. What? City of Anna? I don't know.
Which you might not have heard about yet, but we're going to get to that soon. And also Zechus Shmira for the Chayalim. Tonight's shir is also sponsored by my dear friend Dr. Yitzchak Samet. Shem should be Mevarchim Shefa Bracha V'Hatzlacha. And also Yitzchak Samet. Shem should be Mevarchim Shefa Bracha V'Hatzlacha. Tonight is the 7th night of Hanukkah. So, still plenty of time to get the new Sefer. So you have it already, but you don't have two. It looks, you should know, that two on the shelf look even, doesn't just look twice as good as one. It's like a whole different feel. Yeah, you like that one. That's a good plug. Look how nice the gold lettering is. Josh, right? It looks nice. Now, what you could do is, and you could leave it on the shelf just in the cover, and nobody will know you actually pulled the book out. That's also an option. Also, the Sefer that's available on Hanukkah, The Light and the Splendor. We have an amazing shir tonight. Actually, for quite a bit, we've been trying to finish up Bereshis Volume 2 in Lashon HaKodesh. So everybody wants to know, what is taking so long? What's taking so long is we wanted to complete the subject of the sale of Yosef HaTzadik. Because we know, Rabbeinu Bechai tells us from the Arizal that the 10 brothers who were involved in selling Yosef were Nisgalgel. They reincarnated as the Asara Harugei Malchus, the 10 martyrs. And we wanted to treat this subject as fully as possible. So, over the years, we wanted to identify which brother is which Tana. So we discussed the opinion that Yosef is Rabbi Akiva. We learned the opinion that Shimon is Rabbi Akiva.
Make sense.
We learned the opinion that God was Rabbi Akiva. That Rabbi Akiva came to atone for God's role in the sale. So Rabbi Akiva could have been Shimon. Rabbi Akiva, that we did last year. Rabbi Akiva could have been Yosef. Rabbi Akiva could have been Hashem.
What?
Last year we did a shir that who was Ruvain? Ruvain was Nisgalgel as Rabbi Elazar ben Horkinus. So, but I knew there was still one more missing piece. And that is one more possibility of who could be Rabbi Akiva. And this subject ties not only into Parshas Miqetz, but into Hanukkah. And this will be, I would call it, the final piece, in at least for the beginning of this subject. In the Pisma in Ma'is Tzor, we say, Yevanim nikbetzu alai. The Greeks gathered upon me, Azai bimei Chashmonim, in the times of the Chashmonam. Ufartzu chaymos migdalai. They breached the walls of my fortress. Anybody know how many breaches they made? 13 breaches. V'timu kol hashmanim. They defiled all the oil. Omi noisar kan kanim. And from the leftover jugs, Na'asa neis lashoshanim. A miracle occurred to those compared to a rose. B'nei vina, men of understanding. Yemei shmaina. A miracle occurred to those compared to a rose. B'nei vina, men of understanding. Yemei shmaina, 8 days. Kavu shir urinanim. They established song.
Holy crap, how did I not see it until now? There's 8 days of Hanukkah. 8 in Hebrew is shmoneh. Oil in Hebrew is shemen. They shared the same root. I already knew they shared the same root. I just never made the Hanukkah connection.
Well, and that's the Eshmun thing, right? 8th son, or 8th.
Yeah.
double both meanings.
I wish there was more literature on Eshmun.
And festivities. Okay. Shir Urananim. The question is, who exactly are these men of understanding? B'nai Vina, men of understanding. Who are they? Who are these men of understanding? Were they the Chashmonaim? Since when do we call Chashmonaim men of understanding? We usually call them Kohanim. Who are these men of understanding? What's interesting is that there is a group of people that the Tanakh refers to as men of understanding. Anybody know who that is? Shevet Yisachar. Shevet Yisachar are called men of understanding. In Divrei Hayamim, it says, Uvnei Yisachar, Yoidei Vina Lo'itim, who know understanding of the times, Ladas Ma Yasa Yisrael, to know what Yisrael should do. Rashehem Masayim. Interesting, the Bnei Yisachar are called Bina Lo'itim, and perhaps then they are the Bnei Vina. You know, it's interesting, the Gemara says
crap, you know, I just
that
realized something else. So with the Canaanite movement, you know what's really interesting about that? I meant to mention it before, but look at the flag. What do you see?
I can't see the flag because the way my thing isn't relaying all of the video. But
Oh, what about you, Graham? Are you able to see it?
I'm waiting for the stream to update.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I think
There we
this
go.
Is,
Okay.
so what do you see? Graham?
To a certain extent, you have the Aleph there, but the general overall impression that it evokes is a certain amount of sunset over the ocean.
Yeah, but so now think about that. What the horns of the bull are also the rays of the sun, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Now think about it.
Yeah,
Who's
so-
depicted as having horns of light?
Again, I'm stuck on thinking Baal, but I don't think that's who you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about a character in the Tanakh. He's the most mentioned person in the Quran.
Moses.
Yeah. Karne or horns of light.
But you could also see the solar deity elements in the sacrifice of the bull.
Yeah, but my point in bringing that up is I think that's where that motif is coming from in the parable or in the narrative of Moses, that it's being derived from this motif.
Very well could be.
Well, and the ox as the leader of the alphabet, you know, pulling everything else along.
Yeah.
The way Hashem created the world, and the dynamics of husband and wife, the pasuk says that v'hu yim shalbach, that a woman may want to have certain companionship with her husband, but she doesn't have the goal to ask explicitly. It always comes from the man. That's the Gemara says human nature. However, the Gemara makes a very interesting statement. The Gemara says a woman who asks will have children even greater than the generation of Moshe Rabbeinu. The Gemara asks, really? Who could possibly have children greater than Moshe Rabbeinu? Says the Gemara, in the times of Moshe Rabbeinu, they were men, they were chachamim, they were nevoinim, they were yaduim, but they were looking for nevoinim. They didn't find any nevoinim. However, Leah had someone who had bina. Leah had Yisachar. Yisachar is yoidei bina la'itim. Why was Leah zoichet to Yisachar? Because Leah asked to live with Yaakov. How do we see that? Because when he was coming home, she was riding on a donkey. Leah zoichet to Yisachar. Yisachar is yoidei bina la'itim. Why was Leah zoichet to Yisachar? Because Leah asked to live with Yaakov. How do we see that? Because when he was coming home, she was riding on a donkey coming out toward him. So she took the initiative. And because she took the initiative, she had a child greater even than the generation of Moshe Rabbeinu, Yisachar. The Gemara asks, yeah, but we just mentioned human nature as it comes to the man. Yes, says the Gemara, but if the wife intimates...
Wait, so really
then
what you're saying is that Moses wasn't as great as Issachar, rather than... Because Moses wasn't around yet. Unless you want to view Moses as a logos that pre-existed it, which again, I don't see any evidence of that within, like at least like not. I mean, there's an idea that Moses has logos, but not necessarily that he is logos.
But with that iconography of Asherah riding the donkey, you could say that she is similar.
Holy crap! Thank you for
Avatar.
bringing that up.
Avatar.
I totally missed that.
Yeah, avatar of the goddess.
Interesting.
And I also take into account they may be saying the greatest so far, and they're not talking about, and they're not including any of the ones yet to come.
Well, no, but they're saying that he was greater than Moses.
Oh, okay.
So it just seems weird. If he's greater than Moses, that doesn't mean he's greater than Moses. That means Moses isn't as great as him.
Considered
technically both, but more so what I said.
Admirable, and one will be Zoicha to children even greater than Yisachar. Okay, without getting into too much detail, what the Gemara ends up saying is that Yisachar is considered the paragon of Bina. And therefore, perhaps, when we say B'nai Bina Yemei Shmaina, maybe it's referring to Shevet Yisachar. And in fact, there are a number of sources that indeed the ones that enacted the miracle, the Yom Tov of Chanukah, were Shevet Yisachar. Who says this? The Shir Ma'ayin. Shir Ma'ayin is in the back of the Tairas Moshe of the Chassam Sofer, from one of the Talmidei Chassam Sofer. He brings a very interesting medrash. This is a medrash Pliya. Did anybody ever hear this medrash Pliya on a pasuk in Shir Hashirim? The pasuk says, "Hadudaim nasnu reach." The dudaim gave a fragrance. V'al pisachenu kol megadim, and by all of our doors are treats. That's a pasuk in Shir Hashirim. It says, "Hadudaim nasnu reach." V'al pisachenu kol megadim, and the medrash darshans, "Hadudaim nasnu reach." Ruvain, he went to gather the dudaim in the field. Dudaim v'al pisachenu kol megadim, and the medrash darshans, "Hadudaim nasnu reach." Ruvain, he went to gather the dudaim in the field. And because of that, we have Chanukah. So in other words, Hadudaim nasnu reach, because Ruvain gathered the dudaim.
Sorry, that's too fine.
Darshans. Hadudaim nasnu reach, no kol megadim. And the medrash darshans. Hadudaim nasnu reach, Ruvain, he went to gather the dudaim in the field. And because of that, we have Chanukah. So in other words, Hadudaim nasnu reach, because Ruvain gathered the dudaim, therefore we have Ner Chanukah. So the question is, why, because the dudaim gave reach, do we have Ner Chanukah? Where's the extension cord?
It's back in the briefcase.
Okay. Why, because, just some technical, why, because Ruvain gathered the dudaim, do we have Ner Chanukah? Okay. You hear that? Why, because Reuven gathered the dudaim, do we have Ner Chanukah? Says the Shir Ma'ayin. Reuven was gathering the dudaim. Leah comes to, Rachel comes to Reuven and Leah and says, give me some of the dudaim. The dudaim had fertility-inducing properties. So Leah said, it's bad enough you want my husband, now you also want my dudaim? So Rachel says, I'll rent out Yaakov for the night. You give me the dudaim, I'll give you Yaakov. And that night, Leah lived with Yaakov, and who was born? Yisachar. And who established Chanukah? Yisachar. So that's the meaning of the medrash. Hadudaim nasnu reach. That's Reuven who gathered the dudaim. And because of Reuven gathering the dudaim, v'al pisachenu kol megadim, we have Neiros Chanukah, because who established Chanukah? The B'nai Bina, Who are the Bnei Bina? Shevet Yisachar. That's the Medrash. But the bottom line is, you see, who established Hanukkah? Not the Chashmonaim. Shevet Yisachar established Hanukkah. By the way, you know who else says this? You're good. Rav Ron Yosef Chaim Masud Abi Chatzera. Not to be confused with Rav Masud Abi Chatzera. Rav Ron Yosef Chaim Masud Abi Chatzera, a descendant. He says that's what it means. Bnei Bina Shevet Yisachar, who are Yoidei Bina Leitim, Yemei Shmaina Kavu Shirurananim. So if you wanted to know who established Hanukkah, Shevet Yisachar.
How could they establish it before the nace?
No, not the person Yisachar, the son of Yaakov. In the times of Hanukkah, the Shevet Yisachar, who were the heads of the Sanhedrin, they were the ones who legislated Hanukkah. Okay, so interesting, because Reuven gathered the Dudaim, therefore we have Hanukkah. And it is well known, friends, that there is a famous sefer, a beautiful sefer, a classic sefer, the Sefer Bnei Yisachar, written by Rav Tzvi Elimelech of Dinov, who he was traveling once to the Chayz of Lublin, and he's traveling, thinking to himself, I wonder what Shevet I'm from. Did you ever wonder about that? I know what Shevet I'm from. I have a tradition, I'm from Shevet Yehuda. That's what my grandfather told us, and that we're from Rashi, and we're from David. And don't be that impressed. As we said many times, almost all Ashkenazim come from Rashi. 80% of Ashkenazim come from Rashi. But the Bnei Yisachar was wondering, what Shevet does he come from? Now, at that time, he was not the Bnei Yisachar. He was Rav Tzvi Elimelech of Dinov. And he's going to his Rebbe, the Chayz of Lublin. What was the Chayz of Lublin's name? Rabbi Yitzchak Yosef, no? Yeah. So, and he told his Rebbe, Rebbe, whenever Hanukkah times comes, I feel such inspiration. My soul is on fire. My soul is stirring. Rebbe, where does this come from? And I know it's not because I come from the Chashmonaim, because I'm not a Kohen. And the Rebbe said that, let me tell you something. This was what was going on in the Bnei Yisachar's mind on the way to the Chayza Lublin. He walks into the Chayza takes one look at him, he says, Tzvi Elimelech, you're from Shevet Yisachar. That's why every year when Hanukkah comes, your soul is on fire. Because since the Shevet Yisachar established and legislated Hanukkah, you feel a special connection to Hanukkah, and therefore that's what Shevet you're from. He didn't have to say anything, he didn't have to ask anything. The Rebbe just looked him in the eye, and he says, you're from Shevet Yisachar. Therefore, Rav Tzvi Elimelech of Dinov named his sefer Bnei Yisachar. His son, Rabbi Elazar, named his sefer Yoidei Bina. Why? Because since his father was from Yisachar, and Yisachar is Yoidei Bina Lo'itim, so let me tell you something. If your father is from Yisachar, guess what? You're also from Yisachar. So he figured, if the Tata named the Sefer Bnei Yisachar, and by the way, if you look by Chanukah, one of the chapters on Chanukah in the Bnei Yisachar is called Sarei Yisachar. So there's a very particular connection between he has tremendous amount of writing on Chanukah, and he himself would always feel a special connection to Chanukah. In fact, it's reported that he had every night of Chanukah Torah on the words Yehuda HaMaccabi. Every night he would say gematrias and ramazim and secrets on the words Yehuda HaMaccabi. But again, this is all to bring out who established Chanukah? Shevet Yisachar. But I discovered it's more than that. Because, there's a shaila on Chanukah, whether the parties that we make, are they Sudas Rishus or they're Sudas Mitzvah? Simply, they should be Sudas Rishus. So what are you doing exactly? You're intaking high caloric foods. Yeah? You're setting your health back years and years just from 8 days. My father told me about the donuts. There's a very important rule. Ein lecha rishus lehishtamesh bahem ela leroisam belvad. Anyway, so what? It's a Sudas Mitzvah? How's a Sudas Mitzvah? So many Rishonim say it's not a Sudas Mitzvah. But the Ramah brings, it might be a Sudas Mitzvah because these are the days they inaugurated the Mizbeach. in Parshas Nasai. We're going to read it on Friday morning. We read it every morning, right? We read every morning the Chanukah Hamizbeach. Of all the karbanos that were brought by Yehuda, by Yisachar, by all the 12 days of Nisan, whose idea was it? Only by one of the days, by most of the days it says, Bayayim Hashvi'i Nasi Livnei. Not right? But by the second day, by Shevet Yisachar, it says Hikriv es karbanai. Says the Medrash, why does it say Hikriv by Yisachar? Because the whole thing was his idea. All the karbanos that were brought, he was mechadish, and he told everybody, hey, we need to bring karbanos, this is what we need to do. The Medrash in Shir Shirim says, Kach me'itam, v'hayu mahu kach me'itam, mi nasan lohem es ha'etza, Amar Rabbi Simeon, shivtoi shel Yisachar, Amar lahem, hamishkan hazeh she'atem oisim, harechu ba'avir.
Sorry, I thought this was going to be more relevant, but it's a lot of jumping from here to there. Anyway. Baruchu et Adonai Amvorach, Baruch Adonai Amvorach leolam va'ed, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim, v'nahatan lanu et torato, Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah. Vayare Yaakov ki yeshever b'Mitzrayim, Vayomer Yaakov lavanav lama titrau. And Jacob saw that there was shever b'Mitzrayim, that there was shever, wheat, like grain, sabar, sever. Sorry, sever, not shever. Wait, no, it is shever. That there was shever in Egypt. That there was grain in Egypt. And Jacob said to his sons, why do you tarry? What are you looking at? I don't know, it's strange. Vayomru hine shamati ki yeshever b'Mitzrayim, redu shama v'shivru lanu, misham v'nichyel v'lo namut. And he said, behold and listen, that there is grain in Egypt, Radu Shama, like go down there, V'shivru lanu, and get grain for us. Purchase grain for us from there, and we will live and not die, or so that we will live and not die. Vayerdu achei Yosef asara lishvor bar mimitzrayim. And the brothers of Joseph went down. The 10 brothers of Joseph went down to Egypt to purchase grain. It's weird because it's like to purchase grain, or to purchase grain rations, maybe? Yeah, to purchase grain rations from Egypt. Vet binyamin achi Yosef lo shalach Yaakov et achav, ki amar ven yikraenu asun. And Benjamin, the brother of Joseph, was not sent by Jacob with his brothers because he said, lest I cry out, or lest he welcome, or lest he be met with mischief, harm, hurt, evil, disaster. ויבואו בני ישראל לשבור בתוך הבאים, כי היה הרעב בארץ Canaan. And the children of Israel went to purchase grain in the betoch habayim, in the midst of the coming famine that was in the land of Canaan. ויוסף הוא השליט על הארץ, הוא המשביר לכל עם הארץ, ויבואו אחרי יוסף וישתחוו לו אפיים ארצה. And Joseph, he was the shalit, the minister, or the vizier, al haaretz, who over that land, hamashbir lekol the grain master, or the master of grain, for all the haaretz, for all the people of the land. Which this word haaretz is also used in other contexts. It doesn't show it here, but haaretz is used to refer to pagans, or to basically people who don't know the proper ways. And they came, and the brothers of Joseph came and bowed down to him upon their faces to the ground. וירא יוסף את אחאיו ויכירם ויתנחר עליהם וידבר איתם קשות ויאמר עליהם מאין באותם ויאמרו מארץ כנען לשבור אוכל. And Joseph saw his brothers, Vayikerem, and he recognized them, Vayitnaker, and he discerned them. But he regarded, or he acknowledged to them, and he acknowledged them, but he spoke to them kashot, harshly. I got that right. And he said to them, Ma'ayin at Baotam, from where are you? Vayomru, and he said, Me'eretz Canaan. And they said, from the land of Canaan, Lishbor Ochel, to purchase grain, for food. Vayaker Yosef et achaya vehem lo hakiruhu. And Joseph, but Joseph recognized his brothers, they did not recognize him. Vayizkor Yosef et hachalamot asher chalam lahem vayomer alehem מהרגלים אתם לראות את ערוות הארץ באתם. And Joseph remembered the dreams that he dreamt, that they saying to them, remember the dreams that he said to them, saying upon them their feet, or upon them their feet you will see, and their ervat, their nakedness, ba'aretz botam. And he said, he said to them, Margilim. spy out, Ragal. Foot spies you are, or like spies on foot you are. Lirot et ervat, to see the ervat, the nakedness, nudity, shame, the pudendum, implying shameful exposure, nakedness of a thing, indecency. Ha'aretz ba'otam, to see the land in its nakedness. This really doesn't make sense. I'm gonna see the commentary for this real quick. Any thoughts on y'all's end?
This is that Haaretz that you're talking about. Is that the same as the name of the newspaper?
No, that's Aleph.
No, there's a Haaretz newspaper.
Sorry. I thought you meant the newspaper I was talking about. Yeah, it's the same word. Haaretz. It means the land, or the in that context, the country. But yeah, what do you think about this idea of the nakedness of the land?
What is the full phrase there?
You are foot spies who have come to see the nakedness of the land. Like maybe like see the exposed parts of the land.
The lay of the land, yeah.
Let's see. The nakedness of the land. Nakedness is a figure of speech for shame, since it is customary to hide one's nakedness because of its unseemliness. Or nakedness refers to secrets, since one's nakedness is covered. Joseph thus said to them, "You have come to learn the secrets of the land. I prefer the latter interpretation." That makes sense. That's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, by being scouts and spies, they're uncovering what was previously not
and it's
known.
also referring to the land as a woman in this context.
Yeah, and also gives it's kind of that Egypt is a whore, I guess.
Mm-hmm. It's also interesting because the whole idea of that they bow down to him. Maybe that's why he called for Benjamin, so that he could make sure that they all fulfilled it. Because if only 10 of his brothers bow down, it doesn't fulfill the prophecy. Okay, and he said, said unto them, "Ye are spies." This accusation requires some reason or some plausible explanation for what did they do that he should so accuse them. People from every country came to buy grain, and they were saying among those who came, just as it says to buy grain among, let's see. They had the appearance of men of stature and prominence, all of them clothed most gorgeously. Whereupon he said to them, "It is not customary for prominent people as you to come buy food, having, as you do, many servants. It is possible that they were the first ones to come from the land of Canaan." This is the meaning of the verse. "And the sons of Israel came to buy grain among those that came, for the famine was in the land of Canaan." Interesting. I don't know. Let's see. Arvat, places where the walls were breached, aside from which it would be relatively easy to invade the country. The word Erva, is used in the sense in Habakkuk, Ervat Yesod, revealing its very foundations. Another verse in which the word Erva appears in a similar sense as here. So it doesn't mean nakedness literally. Vayomru elav lo Adoni ve'avadecha ba'u lishbor ochel. Lishabar ochel. And they said to him, "No, my lord, and avadecha, your servants, referring to themselves, but your servants have come to procure grain for food." Let's see. Here, I'll give my voice a tiny little break. Do you guys have any thoughts before we continue?
Just that previous video where he was talking about the origins of Hanukkah still wasn't quite clear to me the way he was bopping around.
Yeah, sorry about that. So Mr. Blazing Up 420 said, "Set Suti or Sutak, son of Geb and Nut. Seth is a god of physical vigor and voracious sexual appetite in open conflict with social order and emotional bounds. Seth's thigh was then chained to the Polthar. I don't know why I said Polthar. So thigh probably is referring to his, loins, or to his genitals, but basically was then chained to the pole star. Thereupon it became the Big Dipper, or as the Egyptians called it, the bull's thigh." As Sutek, he was equated with the Hyksos chief deity, the thunder god Baal-Hadad, a reference to the secret of the two partners, or the idea that Set and Horus are really two aspects of the same god. This concept is depicted in Egyptian art as a humanoid figure with both the head of Horus and the head of Seth. How does that work? Like two heads? The secret of the two partners works both ways, and he of the two faces can also be used as a name for Horus or for Janus. The irony of Set, iron of Set or irony, I'm not sure, is the sword of Orion. The eighth brightest star is Hatusa, found on the thigh of Orion. Gohatia means a cow killer. Read backwards, savior of sinners. Hat means to sin. Yashas, what? Oh, you're saying Chat. Chatia. No, that seems more related to like Hittite or to the Hittites. And then what's this? Yesha. Where are you getting Yasha from? Every year on the day of the summer solstice, you can find the sun at the tip of Orion's club, cut from below his belt, seeding the summer solstice sun with Chaya, meaning grain or seed. Chaya, in what language? Chaya means life. The Egyptians depicted Seth in various ways, such as a donkey or a man wearing a mask made out of a donkey's head. Well, that sounds disgusting. All right, let's continue, and we'll find a better video. Let's see.
That sigh of the bull of heaven is in one of the versions of the Epic of Gilgamesh, where they throw the sigh of the bull in the face of the goddess.
The holidays are upon us. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com. Find the perfect gift.
And wow the people you love.
Wow.
Parashat Miqetz, Shabbat Chanukah. The Beit Yosef in the Shulchan Aruch, in the table of Jewish law, asks a very, very good question. We light the Hanukkah lights for 8 days. But the miracle of the Hanukkah lights was only for 7 days, because there was enough oil to last for 1 day. So the first day was not a miracle day. The miracle days began only with the 2nd through the 8th day. So there were 7 miracle days and not 8 miracle days. So why do we celebrate Hanukkah for 8 days? There are very many answers. But I want to give you the answer that I love best. God's first creation, the beginning of the book of Genesis, is light.
Yeah, this doesn't feel terribly relevant either.
I know that one is the association with the god Eshmun being the 8th and associated with oil. So I don't know, there might be something to call it that might be part of the origin.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Oh, this looks good.
Sometimes
hearing an approach that's outside the box can be very helpful for us in our spiritual growth. This we learned from Parshat Miqetz, last week's Parsha. The debate between Yosef and his brothers emphasizes this. The simple explanation is that they were fighting because the brothers were jealous of Yosef. He was seemed to be favored by their father, given the coat of multicolors, and therefore this led to enmity and hatred and jealousy, and they wanted to rid themselves of that agony, and they threw Yosef into a pit. However, another explanation based on the direction that Rav Kook and his students put forward is that the brothers were debating something much deeper. They were debating what should the future of the nation be. Yehuda emphasized the spiritual, and his brothers along with him. The nation should be run on spiritual values. Yehuda was born from Leah, and Leah, the Zohar says she's Amadit Kasha, she's the hidden world. And Yehuda himself set up Batei Midrash on the way down to Egypt. Similarly, the Mashiach ben David, will lead the nation and help them return to Hashem on a spiritual level. So that's the spiritual approach. Now, Yosef was bringing a whole new derech, a whole new approach as to how the nation should be run. He was emphasizing the material component. Therefore, he was great at gathering everyone's money and building up an economy in Egypt. This was his strength, and therefore he's emphasizing this. He was born from Rachel. Rachel, the Zohar says, is Alma di Galia. She's the revealed world. Similarly, Mashiach ben Yosef in the future days will bring forward the physical redemption of the nation. So all those components point to ideological debate. Yehuda is emphasizing the spiritual and his brothers. Yosef, the material, and really you needed both approaches together to build up the nation. Leah and Rachel both built up the nation. Now, Yehuda and his brothers could not hear Yosef, and that was to the detriment of the nation. Therefore they tried to cancel him. They weren't open to hear this out of the box approach. They tried to cancel him. They threw him into the pit. Turned out that he survived, and he was able to do great things with the strengths that he had. Now, when they finally reunited in Parshat Miqetz, Vayigash, they were finally able to see Yosef for who he was. But what withheld them from seeing that back when they were younger, perhaps was maybe ego got involved, perhaps with the brothers, or perhaps it was the packaging. That Yosef, when he presented his approach, he presented it perhaps in an extreme way, saying, you're all going to be bowing down to me. And that perhaps turned them off or triggered the brothers and withheld them from able to see the depths of Yosef's approach. Now, Yosef wanted to neutralize that in this parsha. That's why he put his brothers through all of this ordeal. He wanted to help and enable them to clarify their perception and enable them to see Yosef and what he was presenting for what it really was. So he wanted to make sure that there wasn't ego involved. He wanted to make sure that they were able to see him for who he was and kind of had a pure heart. So that's why he put them through the whole ordeal in Parshat Miqetz. Finally, when they were able to reunite in Parshat Vayigash, they were able to see Yosef for who he was. And that enabled them to head on a path towards working together. That's very important in our communications with others and in communications with ourselves. Sometimes we have an idea that seems so out of the box, so different that we don't even allow ourselves to think about it. Immediately we cancel it or we try to throw it into a pit. We should be open to hearing approaches that are different than our own, even within ourselves. Entertain them and see if they fit. It's very important to maintain the tradition. Yehuda and his brothers wanted to maintain the tradition of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. That was the spiritual derech, the spiritual path. And they were right. However, if that withholds us from hearing new approaches, new directions, that can be dangerous. Similarly, on a group level, we should be open to hearing approaches from the outside. If you're sitting within a group and someone throws out an idea from out of nowhere, give a little bit of time to think about it. See if it can work with your approach as well. Sometimes those ideas can be very helpful. Hashem had a plan. Hashem wanted Yosef's light. Hashem wanted Yosef's approach. Hashem wanted all the good that he had to provide to the nation to be revealed. It wasn't the time when they were younger. When they grew older and the brothers were able to hear Yosef, able to see him and all the good that he had to offer, then they were able to finally unite, and all the powers of Yehuda and the brothers and Yosef were able to work together toward building the nation. Now, over our history, there's always been a tension between Yehuda and Yosef, Yehuda and Israel, Machei Yehuda, Machei Israel. In the future, those two will come together and be united, and we'll be able to see all the promises that our prophets have for us. that comes from being able to hear the other side, being able to hear an approach that's very different than our own.
All right. Well, what do you guys think of that?
Rings true. You know, it's the message and the packaging, and Joseph early on lacked a lot of packaging.
So, you know, something I never really realized, but put in that parallel, I saw it. So, how's this? Who's the firstborn of Israel?
Reuben?
Yeah, but why does he lose his birthright?
Fooled around, you know, stuck things where they shouldn't have gone.
Not just where they shouldn't have gone, his aunt.
Yeah.
Oh, well, actually, yeah. According to tradition, they were the half-sisters of Rachel and Leah, so still his half-aunt. So his aunt. Like the...
Isn't that better than a Canaanite woman, though?
Dude, he married a Canaanite woman.
I know. I'm just saying the Canaanite woman was a step down.
I guess within the internal logic, perhaps. But so it's interesting is that so there's Reuben, and then he gets passed over because, you know, he mounted his father's bed or his father's couch, as it said. He mounted it. I say like that's how it's phrased. It's pretty interesting. We'll get to that in like 1, maybe 2 chapters. But so then who's it go to after Reuben?
That would be Judah then, right?
No.
Simon?
Yeah. Why does he lose it?
Wasn't that the incident with Dinah?
Yeah, because he massacres the city of Shechem and brings, you know, a bad name onto his people. So then who's it passed to him? Who's it passed to after?
I mean, it should be Judah, but he was involved with the whole massacre too.
No.
No?
Who's it go to before?
I'm not sure.
Levi or Levi.
Okay.
Now, you know why he doesn't get it?
Well, he ends up being the priest class later, but I don't know exactly the reasoning here.
Because he's the one. Him and Shimon are the ones who killed the Shechemites.
Oh, okay, I confused it. It was him and Shimon. I thought it was Judah was involved there. My bad.
So then it goes to Judah. But what's interesting is that Judah, you know, Judah and the kingdom of Judah, but Israel was Joseph. Now, if you think about it, Joseph was actually the firstborn, but of Rachel.
Yeah, we're not going to discuss those handmaidens too much.
Also, it's interesting because if you look at the handmaids, or actually, wait, no, never mind. The paradigm I was talking about, I forgot. Let's see. Where are we at? All right, so Kulahanu b'nei shechad nachnu kenim anachnu elo hayu avadecha margilim. We are all sons of a single man. Nachnu kenim. Okay, this is interesting. We are Canim. I wonder if this was originally Cananim, and it got reduced to Canim to mean we are upright men.
That would make sense. You know, I don't think you can know for sure. Were you going to say something, Zero?
Just, yeah. I think it's in there.
Let's see what it says here. Commentary. We're sons of the same father. This was that they were sent were people that Canim means truthful. It is possible that Canim also comes from the same root as Ken. So in so can do as thou hast said, or Canim comes from the root as Ken truth in the daughters of Zelophehad speak right, or Ken, they speak right or truth. Let's see. Anything else? Oh shoot, where did I? Dang it, where did I go? I was on 11. Okay. Oh wait. We are honest or upright, and we are we are not and your servants are not or have not been Margilim, foot spies. It's interesting how they're referring to them as servants as if he knows them. He's like, dude, I've just met you. But it's interesting because by doing so, they're fulfilling the prophecy. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
Vayomer alehem lo ki ervat haaretz ba'otem lirot. And he said to them, and they said to him that and he said to them, he said to them, no, because the nakedness of the land you came to see. It's a weird way of phrasing it. That's why it took me a while to figure it out. Vayomru shenehem masar avadecha achim anachnu bnei shechal beretz Canaan v'hinei hakaton et avinu hayom and they said to him, there are 12 Shnei Masar avadecha, 12 are your servants. 12 brothers. Shnei Masar avadecha achim anach. We are 12 brothers. We 12 brothers. We, your servants, are 12 brothers, sons of one man, of a single man in the land of Canaan. Okay, Vehine hakatan, and behold the younger, or the youngest of our father today. V'ha'echad einenu, today, and the one is no more. It's interesting though because he's not the youngest. So something weird's going on here.
I think the 13th child, there actually being 13 moons in a year.
I mean, it's possible, but let's see. Where does it say? The Hakaton. There's got to be something about this. And our father is told, there used to be 12 brothers, and the youngest one remained to look after. Oh, it's saying, interesting. So it's saying, and behold, the youngest one is with our father. Sorry. I don't know how I missed that. Is with our father, and today he is not with us. Oh, no. And one is no more. Okay. Wow, I'm totally off my game. Vayomer alehem Yosef hu asher devarti aleichem leomer magilim atem. And he said to them, and Joseph said to them, this is as I said to you, saying, "Spies are you." בזאת תבחנו חיי פרעה, אם תצאו מזכים בבואכם, הקטון הנה. בזאת תבחנו, by this or in this, Tavachenu, Bachan. To this you will prove, by the light, by this you will prove on the life of Pharaoh if you leave, or if I think, if you leave from here, that if in going Achechem, your brothers, Achechem Hakatan, the youngest of your brothers here, unless you bring here, unless your youngest. It's weird that it's saying unless he comes here, you shall not depart from. So I mean, he's clearly setting up because he knows, but they don't know. It's like, is a standard procedure. Did we set off the metal detector or something? Shilchu mikem echad vayikach et achechem ve'atem hasru vayibachanu dvechem האמת איתכם ואם לא פרעה כי מרגילים אתם. And he sent I'll like go shilchu, let's see, release from you, release from one of you, and take the brother, and I will take your brother, and you Hasru, and you will, okay. I also send or release from here a single of your brothers, Vayikach, and bring and it's confusing. I'll just read the translation here. Let one of you go and bring your brother, Vatem, and you all, Hasru, will be bound or imprisoned, Vayibachanu, and you will prove Divrechem, your words, Hamet, are the truth, Idchem, and with them, and if not, by life of Pharaoh, that you are spies, or if not, by the life of Pharaoh, you are spies. It's interesting that it says Chai Pharaoh rather than, because here it says by Pharaoh, but Chai is living, alive. I don't know why it's. Oh wait, that's Chai. I wonder what Chai is. Infricative, is that what it says? Well, I don't know. It's confusing. Living thing, kinsfolk, living community. I don't know. All right. ויאסוף אותם אל משמר 3 ימים, and he gathered them into the he gathered or received them into the guard, or into the guard. It says guardhouse, but like into, maybe let's see, what's the word? Custody. Let's just say custody for 3 days. You also have this, motif of going down for 3 days. Because even though it's not explicitly stated, it's kind of implied that they're in like a, it's almost like they're in a dungeon, except it's nicer, so they don't have to go down. They're in the guardhouse. They're not in the, in the house of the prisoners.
So you're saying they're copying Jesus before Jesus is done. Got it.
Oh, interesting. ויאמר עליהם יוסף ביום השלישי, זאת עשו וחיו את האלוהים, אני ירא. And Joseph said to them on the third day, do this and you will live. I fear Elohim. Or it's like almost because God I fear. Im ken imatem achechem echad ye'aser bevet mishmarchem ve'atem lechu avihu shever avon batechem. And if you are on it, if you and your brothers, if you are honest, one of your brothers, Ya'aser, will be held in the house of Mishmarchem, in the house of your guard, and you will go, have you, to bring wheat, ra'avon, rations. Wheat for your hungering houses. ואת אחיכם הקטון תביאו אליי, ויאמנו דבריכם, ולא תמותו ויעשו כן. And your youngest brother, you will bring to me, and I will affirm your words, or that your words will be affirmed, and you will not die, and vayasu kan, and you will be on it. And they did thus. Any thoughts before I take another quick break?
So is the one that's sent back, is the idea that Canaan is 3 days walk?
I mean, it is.
It is?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it would even be 1.5 days walk.
Why?
Come back in 3.
No. Oh.
Come back in 6 days if it's 3 days walk.
Well, the thing is, you have to keep in mind that if you're looking at where they established, actually, perfect timing for this. So, let's see, how am I going to do this? Present.
I was going to say, a second thought occurred to me is they might have come by boat. They might have left like one of the ports in Cana.
All right, so hopefully this doesn't crash. So, are y'all able to see this all right? Well,
no, I can't. But
all right, well,
that's usual.
Graham, you tell me what you think then.
Yeah, once the stream catches up. Okay. Okay.
So, from what we know, like in, I think, the chapter previously, it talks about Jacob setting up Sukkot. because he set up like a stable house or something there, the booths for the animals. So now look at this. So this is Sukkot. Now, Graham, do you know approximately where, what's its face? Where, like, what is it? Where, like, Avaris was? It was, like, on one of these 3 fingers, right?
Avaris was towards the right. It was towards Cana.
Yeah, but where?
If you think of the again, I like their analogy of the Nile as like a lotus blossom.
Yeah.
It's towards the far east side.
But it's one of the parts of the blossom, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
So
about say halfway up one of the tributaries. Like I said, it's one of the tributaries closer towards the Sinai.
So okay, so that means let's see, where is it here?
It'd be towards the orange area.
Okay, so I opened up a proper map. So let's see. Avaris, let's see what shows up. Hyksos capital. It's also like Goshen, which that's really interesting. If you look here, I just saw it. No, wait, where was it? Yeah, Zona de Goshen, religious destination. So let's directions from there to.
And so you're gonna get how many miles?
Let's see. So Sukkot.
Which, if I remember, was on the road from Petra to what's the port there? Is it not Ascalon? Is it?
Wait,
the port on the Mediterranean.
Let's see. So Sukkot is by Gaza. So let's see. Is it Arish?
Well, Abraham took the highway, right?
I'm not sure. So let's assume it's like here. Let me open up the game again to see where it says. So it's I see that little peninsula. Where's the peninsula? Is it okay? Here it is. So if the peninsula is there and Sukkot is further right, that it must be Arish. I'm gonna check this out real quick because it's bugging me now. Let's see. Sukkot. I'm also going to get something to eat real quick.
Graham, you were saying it's an anachronism about the use of the camels, that they weren't domesticated yet.
Right. Yeah, camels weren't domesticated until I want to say it was post Bronze Age collapse. Let me just double check on that real quick. I thought it was again around 1000 AD when so much of the other stuff happened.
And this is supposed to be happening when?
Abraham's. They estimate him anywhere from 2100 to 1800 is usually what I see.
But I mean, this sojourn into Egypt.
Sojourn into Egypt would have been 3 generations later, so you would have been looking at probably about 1700s. Because you got to put it before 1500s. Domesticated camels came to Israel in 930 BC.
When?
930. That's what they're saying that it got to Arabia, but then
Just wait. One of these days, I'm going to find an alternative understanding of Gemalim that it doesn't require it to be literal camels.
They're winged horses.
No, that's the Quran. And Greek myth. One moment, just pouring some water.
But no indication that it's donkeys.
What?
But there's no way that there's any indication that it's donkeys.
No, because there's a separate word for donkey. Multiple words as well. All right, let's see. So what was I looking at? Let's see. In Egypt, Sukkot, Sheku. Let's see. What's this say? Let's see, where is this? Let's see. Let's see. So, sorry, I'm just trying to figure this out. Oh, that must be why. Let's see. See, that's in. So, honestly, I don't know exactly where they would be. Let's say they were on. You know, let's just say from here. Well, let's just be generous. So, what am I doing? Why is cycling not available? Okay, well, here. Apparently, if you were to walk, it would be 2 days. So let's assume you do it on you know, horseback or camelback or, you know, whatever it would have been on, you know, on the back of a mount or in a caravan. It's going to be probably about a day and a half. So ends up working out. You all agree?
No, it looks plausible. You better make sure you don't have a sick camel, though.
Oh, yeah. That would be a bad place to get stuck.
Pharaoh would not like that.
Oh, you mean because you'd get other camels sick?
Well, no, you get back too late. He said get back in 3 days.
Oh. Here, I'll just go a bit further so that we can speed up a bit. Let's see. Vayomru Ishelachiav Aval Hashemim Anachnu Alachinu Asher Ainu Sarat Nafsho Behitchanenu והתחננו עלינו ולא שמענו על כן באה עלינו הצרה hahazot. And a man said to his brother, but we are ashamed upon our brothers. We're ashamim. We're being shamed, or we're being found guilty on account that on account of our brother that saw trouble nafsho with us, that saw trouble, that soul saw trouble, behit chaneno, in our grace, and we were not graceful upon him, and did not hear and did not listen upon that, that he came, and we did not hear upon that trouble, which came upon him. It said, they said to one another, alas, we are being punished on account of our brother, because we looked on at his anguish, yet paid no heed as he pleaded with us. That is why this distress doesn't come upon us. That's interesting. That's clearly supposed to be like, oh yeah, like, not say like, oh, we're cursed because of that, but they don't realize that it's him.
Yeah, concept of karma.
Let's see, can I find anything? They said, but we were guilty of something else. Perhaps they still consider that Joseph had been guilty of the death penalty, and if they had only sold him, as if they had only sold him, that they had performed an act of kindness. Is also possible that they saw as they were being jailed, they began to think that which one of them was the cause of the disaster that had befallen them. The common denominator up to that point had been that they had sold Joseph, since Reuben had been innocent of that crime, not having been present when both the suggestion and the implementation of selling Joseph had been made. They had to search for something that both they and Reuben were guilty of. They concluded, therefore, that must have been their heartlessness. Reuben, too, had not responded to Joseph's pleas, as he had suggested that the brothers throw him in the pit instead of killing him outright. No doubt Joseph had pleaded with all the brothers not to do that to him. In fact, slow death in the pit was a more frightening prospect to Joseph than a relatively swift death. Their words, al ken ba'a aleinu, are an acknowledgement that they all, Reuben included, were guilty of a lack of compassion. Interesting. Why does the Torah make it appear as if the brothers had only come to this realization after 3 days in prison? Presumably, the Torah did not want to diminish the impact Joseph's words and deeds are to make upon the reader. Any diversion would detract us from the clever way that Joseph said about creating the scenario he had planned. That's interesting. What do y'all make of that? The way that it's phrased, it feels like almost like a simple parallel, but it's also very like impactful.
Like I said, it seems to be a concept of karma.
Let's see.
Sort of a, learning after the fact. That probably wasn't a good idea.
With karmic idea that you will get what you've given.
All right. ויען ראובן אותם לאמור הלא אמרתי עליכם לאומר אל תחטאו בירד ולא שמעתם וגם דמו הנני ראש. And Reuben answered them, saying, But wait, or like did I not say to you, say upon you, did I not say to all of you, saying, do not sin against this child, and do not velo shematem, and they did not hear him, and you did not hear. And also his blood, behold, nidrash is your explanation, or it is the explanation which you seek. Vehem lo yadau ki shomea Yosef ki ha-melitz beinaotam. And they did not know that Joseph was listening because Hemlitz, because Malatz, because there was a interpreter between them. Vayisov ma'aleihem vayev vayashav aleihem vayidaber aleihem vayikach meitam et Shimon vayosef vayesof oto leinehem. Vayesof, and he turned away from them, and he wept, and he returned to them, and he spoke to them, and he said, Meitam et Shimon, and he took from them Shimon, and he imprisoned him before their eyes. Vayatzav Yosef vaymalu et keleihem baru leashiv kasfeihem mishel shako el sako velatet lahem tzeda ladarech vayas lahem ken. And Joseph ordered or commanded the Kalehem, their vessels, to be filled with bar, with wheat, and lehashiv, and to return their money, to a man to his sack, or a sack, like his sack to a man to his sack, or restored, vilatet, and gave to them seda, like hunting food, that which has been hunted, maybe, game laderech, for the road, or for the journey, v'ya'as lahem ken, and he did for them thus. Vayiseu et shivraham al chamorehem vayelchu misham. And they lifted or loaded the grain, or their grain onto their donkeys, v'yalechu, and they went from there. Vayiftach echad el sako latet mispo לחמורו במלון, וירא את כספו, והנהו בפי המתחתו. And he took and he opened one of the sacks to take mispo, to take maspo, fodder for the donkeys. One second. Take fodder for the donkeys. One moment. Let's see. Yeah, give me one moment. Sorry, I'm trying to find something. Shoot, one moment. He took what was this? He took from his sack to give feed to his donkey at the encampment, or like the interesting thing is malon in modern Hebrew means hotel. So it's like the inn, maybe, probably the best translation. And vayara, and he saw his money, and beheld it was at the mouth of amtachto, sack or flexible container for grain, was at the mouth of his bag. Vayomer lachayav hushav kaspi vegam hine be'amtachti vayetze libam vayechedu איש של אחייו לאומר מה זאת עשה אלוהים לנו. And he said to his brothers, Hushav Kaspi, my silver has been returned, and also behold, in my grain sack. And he took it out. And their hearts went out from them. And they were afraid. A man, each man for a man to his brother, saying, "What is this, mazodasa? What is this that Elohim has done to us? What has God done to us?" Wait. So why are they afraid? Any thoughts?
So clearly they've planted, or,
But he gave it to them.
Only surreptitiously?
Wait, you guys think he wasn't being honest?
Well, I think that's what they thought. He wasn't being honest. They thought he was setting him up.
All right. Let's see where we're at. ויבואו אל יעקב אביהם ארצה כנען, ויגידו לו את כל הקורות אותם, lemor. And they came to Jacob, their father, to the land of Canaan, Vayagidu, and they told him at Kol HaMakorot all that korot, all the cold, all that they encountered, saying all that had befallen them, I guess, but they had encountered, I like as well. They had that which had befallen them. It also works. Diber haish adonai haaretz itanu kashot vayiten otanu ki megragelim et haaretz. He said, the man that is the Lord of the land said to us spoke to us harshly, and gave us, and set us up, or let's see, yielded, or like, what is this? Like, ascribed to us that that we're foot spies in the land. All right, let's see. How much more do we have? Oh, wait, I need to check on my phone if I want to see. Right. That is good to remember before I start losing my space. Let's see. So 42 ends at... Wait, 42 I already did. Or read 4th. So now we're on 5th, and 5th ends at... Oh, wait, I wasn't going to read the whole thing, so I'm going to just go until the end of this. So it's 38. So I have one more spurt, so I'm going to take a quick break. So what do you guys think? I know I'm asking that a lot. I'm not sure what to think. Well, I mean, I have some thoughts, but more than anything, I rely on other thoughts on which to bounce off of.
So, which of them have returned?
All of them except for Shimon.
Okay, so they only kept one instead of keeping 12 and sending back one, which is safer traveling.
Yeah.
Alone.
And it's interesting. So they, so originally, what was it? They, I think it was that he kept all of them in one place and sent one of them to get the grain, and then he keeps one and sends them all back. So it's like a reversal.
And they are to what? Bring back Benjamin?
Yeah. Got to bring back the Benjamin. Also, Egypt.
It's all about the Benjamin.
And so, like, what would that prove? That they are brothers?
It's just proving that they didn't make up the story. Well, I guess technically they could just bring back some old schmuck that they hired to come back and say, "Hey, I'm Benjamin."
Saying they could just go bring back some kid and say,
Well,
yeah.
Honestly, maybe he thinks his brothers aren't too bright and he's just trusting that they'll listen. Because at the end of the day, it's not about proving it to him. It's about bringing back Benjamin because he's his like full flesh and blood, shares both a mother and a father. And, it's the only brother that's younger than him.
Yeah, but in their objective mind, they'd be going like, what's the point of this? But yeah.
Well, because they told him, I mean, they're probably like, honestly, they're probably starving. And when you're hungry, you'll do anything.
Is Benjamin of the same mother as Joseph?
Yeah, Rachel. He's the one that she's giving birth to when she dies.
Well, how young is Benjamin? Because, there may be some leather bandages involved.
What do you mean?
That was a joke.
I don't get it.
Oh, I was figuring if he was a young boy, leather bandages, medications, you know how it works.
Oh. Sorry, I'm still not used to the fact that That was a joke. I thought you were being serious.
No, that one was not serious at all.
Some
Because I was
people.
going to say partially because Benjamin would have been older than that, because Joseph's been in Egypt for a while by this point.
Yeah, let's see.
I'm gonna say, how old would he be at this point?
Honestly, I'm not sure. He'd be young, I think, though.
How many years is Joseph supposed to have been in Egypt?
I don't know, dude. I think 17 and some like 30, so maybe like I forget how many years.
But it does say at some point.
Yeah, if you looked it up, you'd find it.
Maybe I was gonna say maybe it doesn't even specify.
If not, I'm sure there's a mission or two on it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What is this? Steven Stern. Hey, speaking of that, it's all about the Benjamin Franklins.
And what, he was like 17 or something when they sold him off into slavery?
Sure. But Graham, do you get it yet?
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't remember the tribe of Franklin.
No, but you saw the picture.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, welcome to the Zohar Daily Reading channel. So today is a very special day. It's the
Oh dear Lord! Imagine a year from now when we've read the whole Torah, we might move on to the Zohar. Ooh, that would be something. But I need to brush up on my Aramaic, and by that I mean I actually need to learn Aramaic because I never actually took Aramaic. It was like a auxiliary part of my Hebrew course. So that isn't. Yeah.
If I remember right, that is the final book of Hebrew scripture.
What do you mean?
I thought they had actually incorporated and canonized the Zohar.
I mean, it's not part of the Tanakh. It's not part of Talmud. It's like it's its own thing, but it's like, I mean, it's basically accepted by most Orthodox, most Orthodox Jews accept it. Even if they don't study it, they accept it as true.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was the last, book that has that quality. Everything since then hasn't gotten that seal of approval.
I mean, technically, if you believe tradition, that's not true because it's older. It's not new.
Well, I'm saying that the book's older, but the seal of approval is newer. The seal of approval came
But they
after.
retroactively say it was there the whole time.
Right.
And has it been taken up into like Mormonism, I think?
No, not that I'm aware of. Maybe elements of it, but not the text directly.
I guess maybe that was just freaking Roseanne Barr on Bill Maher's show.
Dude, Roseanne Barr is I'm not saying this to make fun of her, but like she's legitimately mentally ill and she needs help.
But she said she was raised on Mormon and Jewish through the Zohar.
Sometimes I wonder if she's mentally ill or she's just trying to get a rise out of people.
No, honestly, dude, no, like I get what you're talking about, but I think you can't separate the two in her case.
Yeah,
that could be fair.
She's on medications and she basically almost passed out at the end of the interview with Bill Maher.
She also drinks a lot.
Yeah.
That's always a great idea with medication.
Oh yeah, I think the medication is Ambien. So really not a good mix.
Just avoid the fentanyl at that point.
I'd say avoid more than just the fentanyl.
So where's the Enoch fall in there anywhere?
The what?
Is that any part of that? The Enoch, Book of Enoch?
That's separate. It's a different book.
Is that like in Aramaic or something like that?
I'm not
kind of a Jewish apocrypha, isn't it?
Actually, from what I remember, Enoch was one of the ones that might have been lost in the original Hebrew, and that it was translated from Greek. I might be wrong.
Oh, Greek, yeah.
There's fragments of Enoch in Hebrew. I forget if it's Hebrew or Aramaic though, but it's written in the Hebrew script.
And I want to say maybe Enoch 3 or 4 might have been originally Aramaic. Most people only count 1 and 2 as Enoch, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the specifics, but it sounds about right.
Day of Yosef HaTzadik, the Lula, and the anniversary of Yosef.
So Yosef HaTzadik means Joseph the Righteous.
Tzaddik. We have the opportunity to cleave ourselves with the energy of abundance.
And so that word that's used cleave in Hebrew is devek or dibuk, davak, which means to cling to or to cleave to. It's also the same root as in dibuk, which means it's like a spirit that clings to, as opposed to a person that clings to an idea or to God.
Sustenance and the energy of Mazala. We know Mazala is the place that we all connecting and praying at the time of Rosh Hashanah. So we can
Mazala is like fortune.
Now to Rosh Hashanah, connecting with the blessings of prosperity, money, kids, relationships, and the power of life. So we're going to read a special verses, special section from Zohar Miqetz. If you have the Zohar with you and you wish to scan from your own Zohar, please bring a Zohar, open the Zohar, and be ready. It's going to be from Zohar Miqetz, verse 106.
Don't worry, I've got this.
113. And that section, it's very recommended to read or scan every day to connect ourselves with the energy of abundance, energy of Mazala. And we would like to make that connection, not just for ourselves. We know the heavens are open, and we would like to receive all of those blessings, not just for our lives, for our family members, and for the entire world. So let's make the connection all together to open the channels of abundance for us and for the entire world, and to remove any type of empty space from our life and from the world. And we can ask from to open the channels of abundance for us and for the entire world, and to remove any type of empty space.
I don't know, empty space can be good sometimes.
And we can ask from Yosef HaTzadik to help us to
it's also
transform
called rude.
Our vessel from a vessel to receive for the oneself alone into a vessel to receive in a sake of sharing, and then the light can give us abundance and infinity of sustenance, abundance, and blessings. So let's begin as one soul. I'm going to read it slowly. So in that way, you can repeat after me, so we can read it together, and you can pronounce the words of the Zohar. We know the letters are Hebrew, the language is Aramaic, and the Kabbalists explain that even though we don't understand what we read in Aramaic, our soul understand, and the angels, they don't understand that language, so we making the connection direct with the light of the Creator, and we can receive the blessings direct to our vessel and for the entire world. So let's begin as one soul. I'm going to share the direct with the light of the Creator, and we can receive the blessings direct to our vessel and for the entire world. So let's begin as one soul. I'm going to share the screen with you, so you can follow the screen together with me. Okay. So Zohar Miqetz, verse 106. ויוסף הוא השליט על הארץ וגומר. רבי יסע פתח ואמר. רבי יסע שליט על הארץ וגומר. רבי יסע פתח ואמר. ועתה ירום ראשי על אויבי סביבותיי.
Wow, I actually might be able. So that's saying Vata, and now Yarum, you will be Yarum Roshi, your head will be exalted or lifted up. Al Oive, above your enemies. sevivote that surround you, ve'ezbacha, and I will sacrifice be'ahalo, or hell, in your tent, zivche, sacrifices teruah, like tara. I forget what teruah is, but like holy crap, dude! Do you see what this says afterwards?
No.
אוהלו זבחי תרועה, אשירה.
Oh, it's just I will sing. But come on, Ashira. So close. Ashira.
Main form of devotion.
Yeah. Zivche. So I will sacrifice teruah, like blasts of I will sing, and the azmara. Wait, Ashira, the azmara. Wait, Ashira, I will sing the azmara, and I will sing song. But I will sing, and I will maybe hum Leia to you.
לאדוני.
Oh, to God.
ככה זה. כד, קודשא בריחו, יתראה, בבר נש. זקף.
Okay, so Barnash is Bar Enosh. It's the son of man. So let's see. Let's go back a bit.
קודשא בריחו, יתראה, בבר נש. זקף על כל בני עלמה, ועבד לרשע.
So this is interesting. So here it says, Al kol b'nei alma, all the upon all the sons of Alma. Wait, I might be wrong. This might no. This looks. Yeah, I think this is this means not virgin, but the maiden. So all the children are all the sons of the maiden. I hope he's going. Yeah.
What is it that is being sung? What was it? Asma.
Barnash.
No, I will sing the Asma.
Oh, Asmara.
Asmara. What is Asmara?
Zemer is like a so like Zamir. Zamir. So like Ashir means to sing, and Zamir also means to sing. It's like I will sing and I will chant, maybe.
Sing the song.
Yeah. So so just so the means I will, and then the Zamra. So if I were to say it, it would be Azamar or Azmar or Azamer. But if I was a woman, I would say Azmara. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's like Esmeralda come out of that.
No, Esmeralda is actually what is it? It's it's a Latinized form of emerald. And then interestingly, Esmeralda is smaragd from smaragdum, which is the Greek word for emerald. And then the English is just emerald, but yeah, emerald.
But interesting you say that. I mean, the similarity of sing and song, or sing and chant, the two words.
What do you mean?
Ashira and Asmera.
Oh, you mean Zamar and Shir? Wait, it would be Shir and Zamar Shayar. It's not that close. It just has a ra at the end. No, you didn't scare us. Take care though. Just trying to get on finishing this.
הוא וכולהו שנאוי התקפיין תחותוי. Verse 107. דוד מלכה, שנאו לאחוי. דחו
Wait, is he going to translate end for
למנהיהו.
this? I mean, like, I'm trying, but I also don't want to have to. Come on.
ויבואו אחרי אילן ויתעברו.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to translate it, but that's just a guess. Come on, let's find something.
So is there a term for these distorted forms that we have as the words?
What do you mean, like Asherah instead of Asherah?
Well, no, saying that Asherah and Asmerah are not actually the words.
What do you mean?
You're going to the root words that are referred to.
I don't follow. What's your question?
When I asked about Asherah and Asmerah, then you went into the elements of those words.
Yeah.
So what is it? Why do we have the form that we have as a top layer where it does align? Why is that not the actual word?
What do you mean it's not the actual word?
Well, Asherah and Asmerah are clearly alike, but then you go to this other level of saying they're not.
What do you mean? I don't follow what you're saying at all.
You went to the Zamir and all.
What's your point?
There's two different levels of what is conveyed, and so apparently they're different words.
Yeah, they're different words.
And so what is that called? Like, there's got to be a term for these are not the real words. This is what you're reading.
What do you mean that they're not the real words? That's what I don't understand.
There's clearly a different level that you've gone down to.
What, you mean like reading something else into it?
And you're saying that's the actual term.
Graham, do you understand what he's saying? I'm legitimately lost.
I'm not sure what he's saying either. Can you rephrase that, Zero?
So the words are Asherah and Asmerah, and they clearly have a similarity and similar meaning. But then you go talking about the roots, or the other words, and they seem to be the actual term.
What seems to be the actual term?
The other ones referred to.
What other ones?
The ones that aren't Asherah and Asmerah.
That's what I'm saying. There is no Asmerah that I'm aware of, and the thing is, it's not where it could be vocalized differently. It's you have Asherah versus Asherah, and Asherah doesn't have a yud, whereas Asherah does. Like, as much, trust me, I want it to be that as much as anyone, but that's not what it is. You can definitely read like that there's something to there potentially, but it's like I think it's really, really, really spurious to say that. If not just, I mean, personally, I mean, in all honesty, it kind of, and I'm not saying, because, you know, I have a bit more knowledge when it comes to Hebrew. Like, if there was someone with like a sufficient knowledge of Hebrew roots that try to make that claim without sufficient scholarship backing it up, or their own research that like really backs it up, it kind of seems a bit not intellectually, but more like, so not spiritual. So it's definitely spiritually honest, but I'd say it's maybe a bit intellectually dishonest. Again, if you know the reasons why that's not the case, because so like here with the root Asherah, the root, I'm trying to think. Yeah, because of the way that Hebrew is, the root has to be Shin Yud Resh. And here I can I mean, you aren't able to see this, but here, if I go to, would it be sure? No, it would be Shara. So actually, if this is the case, there might be an argument there. But I need to double check this. Let's see. Shara. Is there a first one? Shara. Be moist. Interesting. Shara can be to soften, dissolve, be moist. I must be. Yeah, this is a wrong word. It would be sheer with a yud. Where is it? Shin, yud, resh, sheer. So sheer means a song. Songstress, religious song and worship, triumphal, love song, a lyrical song, and then so that more or less gives the context. Shira is a song. Shir is to sing. Okay, let's see. So interesting. There was a king or there was someone in Solomon's time named Shisha. Not Sheshach. That's rendered as Shishak, but someone named Shisha. But so now if I go to Zemer, we'll see how it's different. So oh wait, I just saw it. Zamar. To make music. So Zamar is associated with music. To pipe, play on a reed. Zamara, that's from Ethiopic. The Arabic is Zamara, pipe, play on a reed. Aramaic is Zamar. You have Zamer and derivatives. Ethiopic Zamara and derivative. Let's see, meaning hum or murmur. So I was right about it being humming. It's like to do with making music versus like singing praises. So this is about music and melody. The other one's about singing praises or speaking with song, basically. So like a. So like, yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
I guess it's like a compound form that these other terms are, and then to determine the relation, you're going back to the root.
Yes. So for context, the way you could view it is to Zamir is la 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 la, whereas sheer is ma let me think. To sheer would be let's see. I'm just trying to think of a song. Kol haolam kulo geshev san meot. So like the difference is whether the purpose is to say something with the music, or whether it's to basically whether you're trying to
melody versus lyric kind of thing.
Yeah, but it's almost like whether you're trying to speak with music or whether you're trying to speak through music.
Do re mi.
Huh?
Like the do re mi, denoting the notes. Not.
Yeah, so it's like the difference would be saying like do re mi would be sheer versus da 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 would be zamir.
Well, the do re mi is the mnemonic for remembering the particular tones.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the act of singing it, the act of singing do re mi makes it sheer, whereas by humming it, it becomes zamir. Does it make sense?
Well, it seems like it could kind of be both because you're delineating particular tones of music like you do with an instrument.
No, but in one case, you're putting words to it.
Well,
it's a question if you're using what
syllables, they're not words.
Well, I would disagree.
Well, I think they may even assign there may be an associated meaning, but it's mainly for the purpose of creating the tones.
But the point remains, like, whether it makes any sense, like, outside of its context or not, it's still a word.
Yes, like beatboxing would count as a non-word sort of type. That would count as I don't know the terms, but you know them, Ariel.
I mean, I don't think I know the term for what we're talking
No,
about.
I meant the Hebrew ones. About that's without, if you're beatboxing, you're not using words. You're just using your vocal cords as an instrument rather than as to use it as words to communicate.
So, like, a way to think of it is shear is something that happens with your tongue. Zamir is something that happens with your like vocal cords.
Well, the that's your tongue on your alveolar ridge.
Mm-hmm. But
I see what you mean. You're talking in terms of humming or percussion or the structure.
It's like if it's carrying a language track to it, that's not that disqualifies it from just being the music part.
and even bada bada or whatever, it is words in a sense. It might not represent anything except for what it represents, which is it represents space without any specific words.
Yeah, it's the structure and the meter.
Let's see. What can I find? All right.
So with ashara, what's the root word again? I mean, like ashara, not ashira.
Asher, Aleph Shin Resh. Actually, let me see what I can find real quick.
Now that's the same root as Asher, right?
Yeah. Let's see.
What is that associated with joy?
Yeah. And what's interesting is that you see parallels in the Beatitudes of Jesus and also in this song. What is it? Oh, shit, was it? It's I'm trying to think. Ashrei Yoshvei Ve'etecha Od Yechalelucha Se'ela Ashrei Ha'am Shekachalo Ashrei Ha'am Shadonai Eloav Tehila LeDavid Aromim Chalamelech Ve'Shivalad Ve'Hayom Adon Varechecha Ve'Hashim Ha'olam Va'ed Ve'Chol Yom Ad. I mean, you have a lot of ashreis in it, but yeah, like there definitely seems to be a connection, especially if you look at what it actually means.
And the different root to sing.
Oh my God, what? You've got to be kidding. No.
Through the book of Genesis many times in churches all around the world, and I've trained pastors in the skills of interpreting texts. And it's very clear they're not stories about gods. They're stories about the powerful ones in the Bible and the sky people, the Anunnaki.
Oh my God.
In the Sumerian tablets. The priests who knew how to read the library of Hebrew texts knew that they were full of texts about Asherah and Baal, other powerful entities who had interacted with our ancestors in the deep.
Let me guess. Ashura is some sort of space goddess empress or some shit. She's like Thanos, but good and female. Is that it?
You didn't get the memo?
I mean, honestly, I feel like at least in some way, shape, or form, if that were the case, people would actually start worshiping her. Whereas now it's just like, oh, just some dusty old goddess from the ancient Near East.
I was going to say, isn't that the point of being the queen of heaven? Go ahead, Zero.
Celestial is technically extraterrestrial.
I mean, technically, you could argue the same about the ocean.
Yeah, but I mean the celestial beings. associated with another realm, so on a certain level, they are aliens.
Yeah, but Terra refers to Earth. It doesn't only refer to the planet Earth. So, I mean, obviously, you could argue by our standards, fish aren't extraterrestrial, but in a sense, they are.
Yeah, but I mean, the whole realm of the gods is an off-world, other world. You could say that, with the underworld as well. And then
Well, no,
actually, they come into
the underworld's in the
they're
Earth.
They're in play in the world as well, but meaning the heavens, the Father of the gods and everything.
What do you make of the fact that the underworld is literally in the Earth, therefore it's actually subterrestrial?
Yeah, well, that's there's kind of a conceptual difference that can be there on whether you are actually talking about under the earth or an underworld, like the other half of space that's under the earth.
What do you mean?
Like the sky above, there's a sky below that we can't see under the earth.
Oh.
So those are both heavenly and yet over and under.
No, it's the waters above and the waters below, not heavens above and heavens below.
Yeah. It generally, I mean, they are talking about the concrete, subterranean caverns and rivers and such.
Yeah, it's only really later that you start to get this like dualistic idea.
But in the there's in shamanic concepts of an underworld that isn't necessarily just tied to being under the ground.
Fair, but it is a different cultural context.
Yeah, but I mean, it goes back to the more original indigenous ideas around the world. But yeah, it's intertwined.
I don't know. I think that's maybe like a hyper generalization to say that like indigenous traditions are going to be having this,
The whole thing with like the sun going into the underworld. The sun does go into the under heaven. There's an over heaven and there's an under heaven.
Yeah, but the idea that the under heaven is not like the idea that it goes in there are ideas that the sun goes into the earth.
Yeah. In that the earth is flat and it's a disc and all of that.
Not only. But Graham, do you have any thoughts on this? I feel like you might have some context as well.
Well, I'm sort of trying to put together the pieces. Now, if Asherah's an Anunnaki, I'm curious how tricked out her spaceship is.
Wait, just stick to it though. Weren't there there weren't strictly geocentric models of the world in the ancient world. They also knew about they knew that the world wasn't flat.
Well, you 100% had it certainly by the time of Aristarchus and the Library of Alexandria, 300 BC or so. I'm sure you had it before that as well.
Yeah, I think there's other indicators too. Like, what's the one Greek myth where they let one of the gods, I guess, I don't know if it's Zeus, lets two eagles go fly, and they fly as far as they can until they meet, and then that would be where the city would be founded, or the center of the nation would be, or I don't know if that's Olympus, or you know what I'm saying? Which that they know that it's going around the world and coming back, that east meets west.
Yeah, either that or he did it at one of the very edges, or very like rims of it, and so then they just basically did a circle. But yeah, that's a good point. One thing that I do think is important to state also is that it wasn't strictly this idea of flat versus spherical, but more so the like there's these ideas that it's almost like the foundations of the earth, like it sinks down, so it's almost like it's these mountains that go down, and there are like hollow places beneath it. So it's almost like, think of it like a table, like the earth is on a table, not that it's just flat and floating. That
not flat, but a disc, which could be,
And here I thought it was on turtles.
A turntable?
No, turtles. Turtles all the way down.
Yeah, that comes out of it. That's I think it's actually in somewhere in the Sumerian system that way too.
Interesting.
Anyway,
yeah.
The earth diver, the early myths of the earth diver that goes down in the
No,
ocean,
no,
the dirt to create the continent.
You know what that motif's like properly called? Most properly?
What's that?
You cannot make this up. I'll be right back. I actually have. It was an interesting thing. I forget. There was something that my university did where they made like tarot cards, but for this, not for. Let me see if I can find it. Sweet, found it. Okay. Can I find it? Scales of Justice. Oh, they're like stuck together. That's not good. Oh, shit. That is not good. Oh, shit. At least it wasn't the part that really mattered. Okay, let's see. The Seed, Scales of Justice. Wait, did this happen? I'm pretty sure it did. Let's see, the Collective. Oh, shoot. Let's see. Here. Let's see. Family. Vital Force. Oh, I'm mixing things up. It's not here. But no, the way I've always heard it was Holy Diver.
Yeah, thought you were going for the album. What is that, Dio or something?
You think it's based on that?
It could refer to that, but there's different myths where sometimes it's a bird that goes down and brings up the dirt,
or a snake,
a turtle, or also being the dirt in the fingernail of the god.
Let's see what I can find. Holy Diver lyrics. Holy Diver, you've been down too long in the midnight sea. Ride the tiger. You can see his stripes, but you know he's clean. Let's see.
Gilgamesh dove down to get the tree or the plant of immortality.
You mean the snake food?
Yeah, the snake ends up snaking it from him.
No. Anyway, well, let's continue. Let's see some of this wackiness.
To give the impression of a seamless story of Yahweh, the one and only God, from start to finish, almost airbrushing out of memory the Hebrew story of paleo contact.
What does it take to be a Shengyun dancer? It takes a mind.
Wait, what just happened?
Tel El Farah, 7 miles northeast of Nablus, Palestine. This windswept stony plateau is located high in the rugged mountain country of ancient Samaria. Since the 1940s, this expanse of 45
alien overlord suppressing the
acres has been an
suppressing what? Suppressing what? You there?
Am I? Secrets suppressing the secrets from getting out?
archaeological site, oversighted for 3 decades by Roland de Vaux, director of the École Biblique et Archéologique Française. It was he who initiated a major excavation here, opening up an incredible window onto the real world of the Bible through an enormous body of physical artifacts. On this site, buildings, decorations, carvings, ornaments, jewelry, and figurines were uncovered, giving us eyes on what the ancient Hebrews were seeing, thinking, and imagining when they spoke of Elohim, powerful beings from the deep past. Among the archaeological finds made here was an extraordinary carving of a naus. A naus is a doorway, but completely out of context. There is nothing behind it. There is no surrounding building.
A naus is a really interesting object. The conventional explanation is that this depiction of a doorway represents an entire building, but the building is not depicted. The building is considered to be implied. But if I just describe it to you and say, we're looking at a doorway that appears to go nowhere. There's nothing around it, there's nothing behind it, and yet from this thing that is only a doorway, advanced beings can come through that doorway. Now, in contemporary language, we have a word for that. We would call it a portal.
Flanking this particular doorway are two inverted palm trees, ancient symbols of Asherah. Carvings found at the site showing women baking bread cakes indicates that Tel El-Farah was a place of devotion to Asherah.
Asherah was a female entity, and the archaeological finds that point to Asherah show her as emphatically female. The figures emphasize the vulva, bare breasts, big bouffant hair. She is emphatically female. And more than that, she is a very powerful entity. So many people will know the famous carving of Gilgamesh from the palace of Sargon. Gilgamesh was the crossover king, the king of Uruk, a hybrid king who was the pivot between the ET kings of the deep past and the human kings of our more familiar history. Gilgamesh is a powerful figure, and the carving shows him as being 5 meters tall. He's holding a lion with one arm, and the scale of this full-grown lion, it looks like a lap cat against Gilgamesh. So it shows him as a very powerful figure, except we have a carving of Asherah, and she is naked, holding two lions by the ears. So she was honored as an advanced being, a powerful being, emphatically female, and credited with our ancestors' tutelage in agronomy. She is the one that the Jewish people of the deep past would give thanks to for our great leap forward. Cultures all around the world carry an ancient memory of humanity's great leap forward. And scientists have long been fascinated by what caused us to suddenly shift from aeons of living in animal subsistence on planet Earth, living like foragers or as hunter-gatherers, to suddenly knowing how to cultivate crops, how to do animal husbandry, how to create agricultural surpluses. Because as soon as you do that, you can settle, you can build cities, you can create a specialized society,
start warring
and
over
develop
all of
into
it.
a civilization.
The people who really rule you, most of them.
And what fascinates me is that ancient cultures give credit for that great leap forward, not to their ancestors, but to advanced beings who visited us in the past.
You mean
who
gods?
give us this knowledge. And many cultures specify that these ancient tutors came from the stars, and some specify which stars they came from. Now, different cultures remember these entities by different names, but very often they're remembered as female entities who gave us this primordial tutelage in agronomy. So you listen to the Zulu people, they'll tell you about Mbabwana Warisa, who taught them how to farm and how to make beer. If you go to ancient Sumeria, the oldest culture that we know anything about through a written record and through archaeological finds, the ancient Sumerians spoke about Shamhat.
You know, it's interesting because one thing that I've always found kind of weird, well, obviously there are people who they really only apply this to either like, you know, people who are like, you know, in the modern world considered still developing or like not as developed as like the West, or there's people that imply that the aliens were like Nordic or essentially white people with blonde hair and blue eyes. Like, short of that, when people just imply, like, given, I don't agree with it, but like, I think it's a bit far to say that people just because they believe in ancient aliens giving humanity technology to say that that's racist, like within a discriminatory way against like certain people as to others. It's not, because most of them claim that it was all civilizations. The only issue is when you have people implying that there was a special descent of like one group and they're doing it based on reasons basically that don't go further back than the 18th century. It's one thing if there was like, you know, actual evidence of, you know, extraterrestrials and that certain groups were descended from whatever, but at the end of the day, the issue only really the issue really only appears when you have people starting to imply that like different, you know, modern ethnicities have any connection to, say, like, and again, not to say that there aren't like different percentages of different, you know, like pre-modern human, like obviously some people have, you know, Neanderthal or Denisovan in their DNA, but it's one at such a like minute percentage that's I mean, it's there, but it's not really significant. But further that like the issue only really appears when you have people that start to imply that, like, rather than that there's a different percentages of different, you know, human species, when people actually start to try and imply that like different modern ethnicities come from different, you know, places of origin in terms of like, you know, different species. That's where the issue arises. But realistically, that's like a serious minority of ancient alien theorists, which, as much as I disagree with it and I hate to defend them, like, if I'm going to be honest, it seems ridiculous how there's immediately this jump to call people racist just for assuming that non-humans helped humans with technology. The only issue is when you're implying that they only helped certain humans because the other ones already had it. And in essence, basically, is what I'm saying making any sense?
Well, generally, it's in the realm of dismissing their beliefs as primitive and everything like that. It's where you dip into the racial things, I think. But you know, racism idea. But he was just started talking about Shahat there with the agriculture.
Oh yeah, was there something else you were going to say, or you want me to continue?
I was just interested to hear the rest of that. Where the video stopped at Shahat.
Who met with Enkidu, the primitive human, and taught him about agronomy, farming, sophisticated
and how to get it on,
beer, and living in the city. If
Yeah,
you go to
comfortable bed.
Mesoamerica, you'll hear about
what was her name? What was her?
Asherah is the Bible's version of those figures. Found at archaeological sites across the Levant, ancient clay figurines of Asherah reveal how widespread the cult of her memory really was in the practice of ancient Judaism. Asherah was known by many names: Asherah, Astarte, Hathor, the Lion Lady. The Romans knew her as Venus, the Greeks as Aphrodite. But in other places, she was depicted as an olive tree. Throughout the world of Eastern Orthodoxy, when a church can be found with an olive tree in the courtyard, it is the cult of Asherah that is persisting, even within the world of Orthodox Christianity. Asherah was one of many Elohim, or powerful beings, whose existence is recorded in the pages of the Bible.
El of Ekron, Akek of Egypt, Dagon of the Philistines, and Yahweh El Shaddai of the tribes of Israel are all included in what the ancient biblical writers called the Tseva HaShemayim. But what was the Tseva HaShemayim? In the Eden Conspiracy, I argue that the Bible, when correctly translated according to root meanings of keywords, references a whole panoply of entities who visited our ancestors in the deep past. And the Tseva HaShemayim is the Hebrew language for that panoply of visitors. Tseva HaShemayim means the armies of the sky, or the airborne armies. There is a memory of advanced technology that brought ancient visitors to planet Earth, some of whom nurtured us in our development as a species, and some of whom dominated us, colonized us, and exploited us. It was a great spectrum of beings with whom our ancestors interacted, and the Tseva HaShemayim is the Hebrew memory of that. The arrival of groups of Tseva HaShemayim is recorded in ancestral narratives all around the world. Greek legend, Nigerian, Zulu, Efik, Edo, Norse, Celtic, Indian, Mayan cultures all speak of the arrival of advanced beings from the stars who came in the deep past, some to nurture and support humanity, others to colonize and exploit. But where did they come from? One clue can be found in the Bible, in the ancient book of Job.
What?
There's a book in the
Oh,
Bible
the Pleiades,
called Job,
but-
and many Bible scholars believe it is the oldest piece of literature within the Bible itself. It's not the beginning of the story, but they argue that it's the oldest manuscript that found its way into the Hebrew canon. Many scholars believe it has Arabian roots. And there's a fascinating verse in that book, which I discovered when I was researching for
Were you
Escaping
there
from
when
Eden,
I
and it
established the
references
heavens, when I
three
fixed
particular
some
regions
thing in
of
place?
space: Sirius, Orion, and the Pleiades. And the verse implies that those
Is that connected
regions
with
of
the whole like
space
three pyramids shit?
exercise a power dynamic over planet Earth. Now, some scholars would say the power dynamic is simply a reference to the stars in the sky and the seasons for planets.
What, Ariel?
Is that connected to the whole like three pyramid thing? Sirius, the Pleiades, and Orion.
There's one that's one interpretation there. One of my favorite ones on the pyramid that I read recently is it corresponds to the planets. And the
Which
Great
one?
Pyramid, the Giza complex. Great Pyramid corresponds to Jupiter. You know, the second one, Khafre, corresponds to, or Khafre's the big one, but whoever the second one is Saturn, and it goes down from there. And it guy makes a pretty interesting case about it. Don't know if I buy it, but it's interesting.
Interesting.
Well, I thought they're related to the three stars in the belt of Orion, Osiris.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not as strong of a correlation. Again, I don't know. That's the Bouval who promoted that one.
Harvesting. And you could brush it off with that explanation, except there's something about those three regions of space. Sirius, Orion, Pleiades are mentioned by cultures all around the world in their ancient narratives as being the place from which our ancient visitors came. Some to nurture us, some to exploit us. Orion is there in the wisdom of the ancient Egyptians. Sirius is named by the Dogon people of Mali, West Africa, and the Pleiades by Aboriginal Australian story and Native American story. And there is a very specific connection with the Pleiades in the story of Asherah. Where do the figures of Yahweh and Asherah figure in this great panoply?
This is what happens when you exit the matrix. Pay close attention, the end is astonishing. When you are in the process of awakening, you will realize that everything around you is an illusion in which you have been trapped for many years.
So I've mentioned that there's this great spectrum of paleo-contact experiences, some positive, some less so. When we get to 2 Kings and the writings of Jeremiah in the Bible, we're told that the memory of the Jewish people of the 7th and 8th century BCE, the memory of Yahweh was negative. It says they spoke disparagingly of him, they disrespected him, and they disregarded his laws. They rejected his tradition. But they remembered Asherah positively. So much so that on every high hill and under every green tree, there would be installations to commemorate and give thanks to Asherah for her involvement in the human story. And so I think when we put Asherah and Yahweh alongside each other, which has occurred in some ancient carvings, what we're looking at is the two poles of paleo-contact. Asherah is the positive nurturer, Yahweh is the lawgiver, the dominator, the controller. And it's interesting that the biblical writers tell us that Asherah is remembered with affection and Yahweh was being rejected because of what the ancient Hebrew people remembered about what life was like under the rulership of Yahweh. So I think they belong together. When you see them together, they are representing the two poles of this very diverse experience of ancient ET contact. Among the possible locations for the origins of Asherah, one in particular is hinted at by the naos uncovered at Tel el-Farah. Carved into the naos itself is a crescent moon and a cluster of stars. The conventional explanation is that Asherah was worshipped at times of harvest festival, and the crescent moon and the stars represent a kind of calendar, identifying the time of year when these celebrations should occur. So one interpretation of the crescent moon and the stars is that we're being given a date, that what we're looking at is a calendar, and the crescent moon represents a new moon, and those stars represent a particular time in the year. And so when that constellation appears in a particular place in the night sky at the new moon, that's the time of festival. And so the conventional explanation is that the naos says, here was a temple to Asherah, and then in this engraving, well, that's the time of year when we have our big Asherah festival. Now, all that might be perfectly correct, but I'm going to suggest there's another layer to that symbology, because symbology is a language of many layers, and a symbol can carry different meanings at different times and in different places. When I was first ordained, I worked in a very high church Anglo-Catholic parish. If you went into one of our services, one of our masses, you would think you were in a Roman Catholic church. It was that traditional. And so we had rituals, we performed ceremonies, we had processions, we wore vestments, which I was told all carried a Christian meaning. And indeed they did. But they happened to carry other meanings as well. An ancient Jewish visitor would come, see our reserved sacrament, and say, oh, I see that you practice the ritual of the showbread, just as we do in the Jerusalem temple. He'd look at me in all my garb, layers and layers of vestments, and he'd say, oh, I can see you're part of the high priesthood of Jerusalem because you're wearing all the same garb. An ancient Roman would observe our processions and say, oh, I can understand all the statements about power and compliance that you're making here. Or someone from ancient Babylon would watch our bishop arrive in purple and say, oh, I can see he's in charge because he's wearing the royal purple chosen by King Cyrus of Persia. And so what we were doing was full of symbology of at least 4 layers. So there was a Christian meaning, but there was also a Jewish meaning, and a Roman meaning, and a Babylonian meaning. And so I think it's quite legitimate to look at that symbology on the naos from Tel el-Farah and ask, what does that symbology mean in the language of the source culture from ancient Sumeria? it gives a different meaning. In the symbology of ancient Sumeria, that crescent moon is really the stylized horns of a bull, and it refers to a constellation, the bull constellation, Taurus. And that group of stars sit by the shoulder of the Taurus constellation. They are the stars of the Pleiades. So I would argue that this nous is telling us a great deal about Asherah. Firstly, this is where she came. The standing stones tell us Tel El-Farah was a place of ancient contact, of first contact for the local peoples. She arrived through a portal from, and here's a star map, the Taurus constellation near the shoulder from the stars of the Pleiades. Asherah came from a planet which orbited one of the stars of the Pleiades. I would argue that's the information carried by that nous and that star map. Now, some might say, well, Paul, that's a stretch, that's one possible reading, and it might be easy to brush off were it not for the fact that so many cultures say that our female tutors in agronomy came in the deep past from the Pleiades. Listen to stories from the Cherokee people. Listen to stories from Aboriginal Australian people. And the Pleiades crops up again and again as the place from which our learning came in our deep past, which enabled us to make the great leap forward. Tel El-Farah is such a fascinating site because before we get into the details of the nous and what it is telling us, we have to identify standing stones that were in that place. And standing stones all around the world were our ancestors' language for marking a place of paleo-contact, a place of first contact with advanced beings from the stars. An example in the Bible is the standing stones at Bethel erected by Jacob, when Jacob witnessed Elohim, advanced beings coming from space down to the planet's surface and then returning to space via the ladder. And so he erected those standing stones there. And later a temple was created there around an altar to give thanks to those entities for what they brought to the human story. So right away, the standing stones at Tel El-Farah say something happened here. Our ancestors...
Do you have any thoughts before we continue?
Just would be interested to see about the Sherhat that he referred to. You know, it didn't have to be this extraterrestrial layer, but a Sumerian origin and that Sumerian link with the goddess culture, and they definitely had their Esther theology in that.
Definitely, yeah.
Has met somebody here, and the nous is there to tell us who it was they did meet.
But how did this information about paleo-contact in the Bible become lost?
Well, there were two kings in particular who were responsible for the cleanup of Judaism, which transformed Judaism from a canon of memory of paleo-contact
or the creation
to a religion of monotheism and obedience to law. Hezekiah did a ritual cleanup where he went around, not personally, but he sent the Jerusalem Guard to destroy installations commemorating other advanced beings. Josiah was his grandson, and Josiah embarked on a massive cleanup of Judaism. Judaism was to be reformed after he discovered something called the Book of the Laws of Yahweh. Now, this book surfaced during the renovations of the Jerusalem temple. We don't know what that book was, and we don't know why it had been lost or hidden. But when Josiah discovered the Book of the Laws of Yahweh, he decided Judaism was going to be reformed around the laws in that book. The laws of Yahweh would define what was right, what was wrong, and would also legitimize his rule, because those laws and his adherence to them would explain why he had authority to govern all the people of the tribes of Israel. The laws of Yahweh would explain his divine right as king. why the power of God and the will of God was upon him to rule and to govern. Now, in theory, Josiah could have picked from the whole range of beings in the Tseva Hashemayim. He could have picked Asherah and said, that beautiful, nurturing entity will be our God.
Imagine
that
how
will be
different
the one we commemorate.
history
that will
would
be
be.
the one around whom our devotions will revolve. But no, he picked Yahweh, the figure associated with this book of laws, and the reforms flowed on from then. Now, in his lifetime, it was a ritual reform. And so we're given a verse in 2 Kings that gives us an example of what this looked like.
In the book of 2 Kings, chapter 23, the narrator tells us this. The king, Josiah, ordered Hilkiah the priests next in rank and the gatekeepers, to remove from the temple of Yahweh all the items made for Baal and Asherah, along with all the sky armies, the Tseva Hashemayim.
All over the earth, God is raising up a new breed of wealth builders who will use their money to shape the course of world history without building a gold.
Josiah's ancestors, particularly King Manasseh, King Ahaz, King Solomon, had all created installations to other advanced beings. They all had to go. Josiah regarded that as idolatry and had no interest in a memory of paleo contact. He wanted to simplify Judaism into a monotheistic religion that would be the imprimatur for his authority in a neatly ordered theocratic society. But the effect of his reforms wasn't just about ritual practice. It was about changing what Jewish people believed about themselves, about God, about their place in the cosmos. But before we pin too much revisionism on Josiah, we need to note when he became king, he was 8 years old. Now, to have a king who is purely a ceremonial king, who's only 8 years old, is not really a problem. I mean, some might say that's cute. But a king with real power who's only 8 years old, that's another matter. And clearly, such a king has to be guided. There's a parallel in British history when a 9-year-old boy inherited the throne of England. He inherited it at 9 years old from his father, King Henry VIII. And that was a moment of crisis in which two powerful families stepped forward to support and advise young King Edward VI. Now, these were families strongly invested in the religious reforms that were going on in England that had been initiated by the old king, Henry VIII. And so they seized the opportunity to guide royal policy and push those reforms forward. In the case of King Josiah, his advisor was Hilkiah, the high priest. Now, by getting rid of all the other temples, altars, standing stones, it effectively got rid of other priesthoods as well, because we forget that Judaism had many priesthoods. There were the priests of Asherah, there were the priests of Baal, and there were the priests of Yahweh. Hilkiah wanted to get rid of the other priesthoods and the other temples, and so those altars were broken, the standing stones were pushed down and broken, the horns of the altars were broken off. Figurines of Asherah had their heads snapped off, and they were all confiscated so they could never again be used in commemoration of Asherah. Judaism was paring down to a monotheistic religion with one temple, one high priestly family, one king. And so there's a great centralization of power and wealth, because now all the tithes will come to Jerusalem under the charge of the high priestly family. Now, within 23 years of the death of King Josiah, there was no more Jewish monarchy. And so the power over the Jewish nation resided entirely with the Jerusalem temple and the high priestly family. So this was a very strategic shift as the ritual reforms rolled on, and then in the generation that followed, a cleanup of the scriptures themselves. In the century that followed King Josiah, the high priestly family in Jerusalem commissioned a complete revision of the Hebrew canon. the priests who knew how to read the library of Hebrew texts knew that they were full of texts about Asherah and Baal, other powerful entities who had interacted with our ancestors in the deep past. It had to be edited to give the impression of a seamless story of Yahweh, the one and only God, from start to finish. And there's a very broad scholarly consensus that that edit was done in the 6th century BCE to monotheize the Hebrew canon, almost airbrushing out of memory the Hebrew story of paleocontact. Yet within 2 Kings and the book of Jeremiah, there are clear recollections of what Judaism was before the Great Reform. Writing in the 7th to 6th century BCE, the prophet Jeremiah lamented the fact that this was Jewish practice on every high hill and under every green tree, Jeremiah 2:20 and 3:6. Similarly, the narrator of 2 Kings 17 tells us that this remembrance of advanced beings was Jewish practice in every place they lived. Put alongside each other, these phrases give a clear and unmistakable picture. From every watchtower to every fortified town, and on every high hill and under every green tree, and in every place they lived. This is how normal the commemoration of the advanced beings of the Tzeva HaSamayim really was to mainstream Judaism of that time. That moment from 2 Kings 23, when Hilkiah sends the armies in to destroy the reliefs showing the Tzeva HaShamayim, all that gets repeated in text form as the Bible got cleaned up and turned into a book about God. And in the Eden conspiracy, I argue that the earlier story is still visible when you go to root meanings of key words. Those key words are the portals into this earlier universe in which our ancestors spoke openly about ET visitors interacting with our ancestors. Before that last edit, the Bible was a canon of paleocontact, which our ancestors gave us warnings about the non-human hidden hand in the fortunes of humanity, but gave encouragements too for us to know that we have company, for us to know that we're part of a bigger cosmic family and that we have help. I believe our ancestors wanted us to have a better experience on planet Earth than they did. And so the education that emerges through this fresh approach to the biblical narratives reveals a rich education in geopolitics, cosmology, emotional intelligence, information about contact, and human potential. In the Eden conspiracy, I argue that through an approach to translation that centers on root meanings, this education re-emerges to equip us today for a better human experience. If you enjoy our content here on Fifth Kind TV and would like to support our work, please would you consider subscribing to our new website, fifthkind.tv. Here we will have our full catalogue of material along with exclusive access to interviews and documentary content. Sign up today, become part of the community, become part of the conversation. Thank you so much for your support, and I'll see you there.
So Interesting. Did you catch the spelling of Sherahat sound like he said?
I think I might have missed it.
It reminds me of Seshat, or I don't know, Sheshat or Seshat.
Oh, yeah. Well, what about it?
The other goddess associated with writing and cannabis. That ending sounds like the feminine ending, Sherat. And whether that's a Sumerian cognate, which...
Oh, interesting.
So I don't know if we want to call up what that, because it's not an emphasized thing in the Sumerian theology. Apparently it's in there. Look, you never hear about Sherat.
One second. Sorry, I was just responding to something that was time sensitive. Ooh, what is this?
T-Mobile
We'll
5G home
continue
internet
soon.
is slowing you down when everyone's connected? Why deal with that?
In Exodus chapter 20, verse 3, it states, I am the Lord.
Wait, was that the same?
I've been a preacher.
Oh, that's why I clicked on it, because the image in the background looks so familiar. Because it's the, I think it's my, oh no, it's, but I do have that picture saved somewhere. Let's see. I should reach out to Dr. Price sometime. I know that he's gotten a lot of hate, but like, I'm going to be honest. I don't know. It's like, I think I mean, look at all the shit that I disagree with you on, Graham, but it's like, it doesn't mean that I'm not going to have you on my channel. It's like, I don't know. I think it's ridiculous that like it's one thing if you have someone on to talk about their abhorrent views or what you view as abhorrent, but it's like, if it doesn't even get brought, I don't know. Maybe
What I see you're talking about is the difference between, like truth finding or propaganda. It's like, a discussion or something like that, and both sides are open that they might be wrong. What you're having the problem with what Price is running into, I think, is that he's running into people who have a set agenda and a propaganda they're trying to promote. And if he doesn't fit their agenda, they don't want anything to do with him. It has nothing to do with us ideas. It has to do with their agenda rather than just being, more of a truth seeker.
I think it's maybe a bit more complex than that. They're afraid of how he'll reflect on them.
How is that not part of their agenda in life?
Not saying that it's not what you said, just saying that I feel like that gives it, it's almost like, it's a difference between, oh, someone's doing something, just for money versus someone's doing something in order to pay the bills to feed their kids. Like, obviously, the two aren't exclusive, but I do feel like one is maybe a bit more, like, I don't know. I tend to try and see the same reason why I'm taking this, kind of lukewarm stance when it comes to that is the same reason why, like, unless, I don't know, I forget what it was that, it was his take on, like some stuff that happened, I think a few years back with the rioting, but, I mean, again, I think that it's one of those cases where are all the people who, refuse to have him on, if they, I mean, just say, like, for an example, say they like Chomsky, are they all of a sudden going to drop Chomsky now that, what was it? Just because he has complete shit takes when it comes to stuff like Russia and Ukraine or, anyway, getting back onto the point that I just think that in general, like, unless someone says something truly, and again, it's also like one of those things where maybe I'm a bit more skeptical now because I see all the people who, they claim to be against all these abhorrent things, and yet, and again, I think that it's, it isn't like one or the other, but that there's a lot of people who just, completely denied or downplayed what happened in Israel with the 1,400 people who were murdered by Hamas. Again, that doesn't justify, the onslaught that's happening to civilians in Gaza, but I do think that there is like a huge portion of the population who either refuses to acknowledge it or actually takes pleasure in it. And again, not to say that's a majority, but a significant enough percentage that it's scary.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about propaganda, is they have their agenda on how to deal with it. And they don't care what the truth is. They care about having their agenda enacted. And you see enough of those people on both the Hamas side and the the anti-Hamas side. That's part of the whole divide and conquer, and pit people against each other is part of the problem. And that's part of what Price got caught up into. And again, he's not innocent in that he bought into that Donald Trump is some sort of answer for the country. And both him and Biden are parts of the problem rather than solutions.
Wait, what do you mean both him and Biden? I think you mean a majority, if not all, politicians.
Well, I'm boiling it down to they were dividing it Trump versus Biden. Biden was going to come in, and they were rioting because Trump was going out, and all coming down to president, that sort of thing. Yeah. And Price, he bought into the whole Trump thing, thinking Trump is some sort of hero, savior, messiah kind of thing. And it's like, no, he's just a person and not a particularly good one.
Just orange person.
So, Dr. Bob, recently I was reading one of Margaret Barker's books, and she talks about how some early Christians may have believed that Mary was being understood as sort of a reimagined version of the goddess Asherah from ancient Canaan, this Queen of Heaven figure. Is there anything that you can add to that, or like, how do you feel about that idea, that hypothesis that Mary was maybe a euhemerized Asherah, or that the goddess Asherah was grafted on to the stories about Mary?
I think the latter. My policy is always, Margaret said it, I believe it, that settles it. She's really unbelievably brilliant. And it just seems so evident that when you have the worship of this goddess forbidden in Deuteronomic Judaism, the supposed reform of Josiah, which I think happened in the mid-2nd century, not nearly as early as they think. And you start having Jewish and Christian versions, pun intended, shortly thereafter, where you have Sophia and actually several divine personae in Judaism. The Shekinah was a she, the Sabbath, and wisdom, Sophia, Chokhmah, and then as you've got Sophia and the fallen Sophia in Gnosticism, and then these old goddesses who there's no reason to believe they were dead in the various religions, and they've no doubt had already been syncretistically combined so that people would know that if I'm worshiping Ishtar and you're worshiping Isis, we're worshiping the same gal. And that's true of loads of other ones. Like we're told, for instance, that in Mecca, they worship the daughters of Allah, who were Allat, Al-Uzza, and Al-Manat, and that they were all sort of equivalent goddesses of fertility and the heavens. And Allat was the same as Leto. In Greek mythology, it was the mother, I think, of Artemis and Apollo. And so that they were all probably either original local variations of the same mythic goddess. They would have, it's like if you look at the rosters of the Justice League and the Avengers, you can see who corresponds to whom. And it's the same sort of thing. Either they had different homologous goddesses and decided, well, they're probably all the same, or in the beginning they understood that they were just different names, which makes it an interesting parallel to the Virgin Mary, because you got the same sort of avatar system today in very conservative Catholicism, because you got the Virgin of Guadalupe, the Virgin of La Salette, and so on and so on, Lourdes. And if you ask any Catholic, they'll say, well, of course, it's all Mary, the Holy Virgin, the mother of Jesus, the mother of God. But we're talking about what she said at each of these revelations, but they're all the same. And yet, when you see how she is venerated and even prayed to, it kind of sounds like they do think it's a whole bunch of different Marys. It's just inherent in the religious practice, like Calvin once said, that Catholics pray to so many saints. They'd be surprised to find out that Jesus wasn't just one more of them, and that Jesus in Catholicism becomes simply a minor saint lost in the shuffle. Well, there is a lot. I say that about the Trinity, that you may say that it's a mystery and there's one God in three persons. Not three gods, but that is belied by the inevitable way you're going to hold it in mind as you pray. You cannot help thinking that they're different things, different gods, and very much like in the Rig Veda. You pray to Indra and then Soma, and you even use the same mythical epithets. And eventually they say, well, different names, but it's the same one. So who knows whether it was many into one or one into many. But yeah, it seems to me that Mariolatry is certainly a survival of the goddess worship. Cybele, Isis, Ishtar, Anat, Asherah, and so forth. In fact, I even wonder if Shira, Princess of Power, on the cartoon show is not supposed to be, with a wink, Ashira. I mean, not as a joke. I think somebody knows what they're doing there. Just like Captain Marvel is a combination of 7 different immortals. So I think that even today you've got that. I mean, you got the Olympian gods surviving in Wonder Woman mythology. So it's no stretch to think that that's what the Mother of God is like. And that's an interesting thing, because that's what bugged Nestorius when he heard people outside his palace praising the Theotokos, the God bearer or mother of God. And he said, what? He says, look, God is not a baby.
This is your season to smile with Aspen Dental's anniversary savings event, celebrating 25
2 or 3 weeks old. Oh, yeah? You also want to say he wasn't a guy tortured on a cross? Because that's the whole idea, isn't it? That God assumes the mortal lot, which is pretty dim, and suffers for us. So should you be embarrassed at that, Bishop? Well, the same thing here. If God had to have his diapers changed, that's the point of kenosis. That's the divine humiliation. But the thing is, Nestorius, well, we don't know if I don't happen to know if he thought this or if later people did, but they said, wait a minute, mother of God? You mean like Hera is the mother of Hercules? What? And of course, it wasn't a statement about Mary originally. It was a statement about Jesus, that this particular human born of a woman also is God, because he's got the 2 natures. So it's really a Christological, not a Mariological statement. But they couldn't control themselves, and eventually Mary becomes the co-creatrix. She was involved in creating a world. She's the co-redemptrix. I mean, where's this going to stop? Well, I'll tell you where. Carl Jung said it. He said that unofficially, she is the de facto 4th person of the Trinity. And yeah, I'd say so. So, yeah, I think that is the case. And Mary is. When you see the famous statue of Isis suckling Horus, if you didn't know better, you say, oh, Mary and Jesus. Because what's the difference? It fits in with Osiris being another version of Jesus, or vice versa. So I'd say, yeah, if that's not the case, I'd be amazed.
Yeah. So can I ask a probing question, if you don't mind? I'd like to get maybe you and Dr. Bob's input, because because I think you and me are this as like the students that want to know this.
Yeah.
And maybe you know more. I'm sure you know more after reading Margaret Barker's work on this topic. I haven't, so you're definitely talking to a fool right now. I'm okay with that. This Mary idea, when you read the Gospels, you don't really get that totality that the church develops about her later.
Right.
But there's something there. And if she is let's say, the mother of a demigod, or the mother of I'll use the term, one of the gods that is given at the table of nations a portion, Israel, Yahweh, how, I guess the question really boils down to the connection between Asherah and El Elyon having a child being Yahweh, and Jesus and the Holy Spirit having a child being, Mary and the Holy Spirit having a child being Jesus. Is there really a genetic connection there? Do you think there's something to that?
Genetic connection between the Canaanite version and the Hebrew version, where it's Yahweh and a goddess, or
I know that you would say, yeah, there's definitely a connection there where Asherah and El Elyon pretty much have children, and Yahweh is one of them in that Canaanite tradition, which you do think leaks into the Bible. I'm aware of that. My question is New Testament. My question is Mary. Does it really leak all the way into the New Testament somewhat? What's your thoughts on that? And what's Margaret Barker's thoughts? Because I've been trying to email her to do an interview.
Yeah, so Margaret Barker takes it even further than that. And when I started looking into it, I was amazed that information that I found just falls right in line with it. So in the New Testament itself, Mary is almost like a non-entity.
Yeah.
She's like a witness in a couple of scenes, in the Annunciation thing. She basically kind of recites a prayer, and then that's pretty much it. Other than that, she's not really much of a character. But when we get into like the infancy gospel of James, all of a sudden Mary takes on this whole other role, and she's very different in there. She's more of a character, and it talks about how she's raised in the temple. And there's this scene where she goes and she dances before the high priest, and the high priest is sort of like a stand-in for God. And so she's over there in the temple.
Wait, what's this from he was saying?
And she's dancing before the high priest. Well, we have Asherah doing the same thing before El Elyon in Canaanite mythology.
Wait, did he say where that was from? I forgot.
Witness cites a prayer, and then that's pretty much it. Other than that, she's not really much of a character. But when we get into like the infancy
one of the other
James,
gospels, I thought.
Oh, infancy
all of a sudden,
gospel
Mary
of
takes
James.
on this whole other role,
James,
and she's very different in there. She's more of a character, and it talks about how she's raised in the temple. And there's this scene where she goes and she dances before the high priest, and the high priest is sort of like a stand-in for God. And so she's over there in the temple, which is the heavenly house of God, and she's dancing before the high priest. Well, we have Asherah doing the same thing before El Elyon in Canaanite mythology. Also, we have these early depictions of Mary. Actually, in the infancy gospel of James, her role in there in the temple, she has this spindle of yarn. She's weaving a new veil for the Holy of Holies. Well, we have the same thing with Asherah. Asherah is often depicted with a spindle, and she does like this weaving and stuff. You're not going to get that from the Gospels, because they don't say what Mary does. She's just a vessel for Jesus, and that's it. But Mary, she basically becomes impregnated by God so that it can give birth to Jesus. And it says, like in the Gospel of Mark, the demons recognize Jesus as being the son of the God Most High, El Elyon, not the Holy Spirit. And one of our early church fathers, I cannot remember his name right offhand, but in one of his writings, he was actually saying the idea that Mary conceived by the Holy Spirit makes no sense, because when has a woman conceived by a woman? And it's like, wait, did you just say the Holy Spirit is female? And go back to the Emmanuel prophecy. Part of that says that Yahweh will be, it talks about the Holy Spirit, and it says Yahweh will be wrapped in their holy wings. But numerous scholars have pointed out, Amy Jill Levine and Margaret Barker among them, that the pronoun there is not ambiguous. It's not their holy wings, or his holy wings. It is her holy wings. And so even back in the Old Testament, they're talking about the Holy Spirit as a female spirit, and it's this spirit of wisdom. Asherah was also a spirit of wisdom. She was this, one of her things was she was this female wisdom deity, and one of her associations was this great fruit tree, and also what they call a well-shaded fruit tree. And another thing was from her is this ever-flowing river. We have an early hymn to Mary that uses both of those exact phrases: a well-shaded fruit tree and an ever-flowing river.
It reminds me of Revelation 22 in the New Jerusalem, where there's trees that bear fruit year round.
Yeah.
And there's the water, those who are thirsty come and drink.
Right. Yeah. We also have depictions of Asherah, like these little statues that were painted up, found all over Jerusalem. And these depictions of Asherah, she has like these little ornamentations of like stars. She's always painted in bright colors, usually things like reds and yellows and stuff like that. And one of her symbols was the sun. And if you look at Revelation, and it's talking about this Mary figure, it says she's clothed with the sun, with the moon beneath her feet, and on her head a crown of 12 stars. This is Asherah symbolism, all like just wrapped around Mary. And
in Greek Zeus mythology.
Yeah. And so when I look at it, I can't help but almost see this weird sort of trinity with El Elyon, the Father, Asherah, who is the Queen of Heaven, another title that gets borrowed by Mary, and who is their son? Yahweh, who is the Lord, who has dominion over the land of Israel, who has come to save the people. And so it's like, is Mary this reimagining of Asherah, and her son Jesus is Yahweh, but at the same time, the Holy Spirit is also a reimagining of Asherah, and so
that's historicizing.
I look at
Mary,
that, and I'm like,
not just Jesus.
Yeah. And so like, now I'm not going to say
Yahweh was historical. I mean,
yeah. And so like, I look at that now, I don't think that Mary started off that way, because the first time Mary pops up, she's just this generic woman who's basically there, she's like a plot device.
Yeah, but you're talking about the Gospels. What if Revelation comes earlier?
Right. And I think that at some point, at least this is what makes sense to me. This isn't based on anything. Okay. So I'm going to put that out there. This is not based on anything. This is just what kind of makes sense to me is that when this author of Mark is establishing this great allegory about these celestial events, he just like needed a person to serve as his mom, and just took one of the most common names of women at the time in the region and just slapped it on, and that's all she was. But these people a lot of them were still latched on to this old Asherah worship, this Queen of Heaven, this bride of El, and the mother of their God, of Yahweh. And so if Mary is serving as the mom of Jesus,
that. Sorry, give me a moment.
If Revelation comes earlier,
right. And
I was going to say, my synopsis is he's trying to say that Mary was an underage temple dancer. some people may take that place as I wouldn't.
Makes sense to me. This isn't based on anything. Okay, so I'm going to put that out there. This is not based on anything. This is just what kind of makes sense to me is that when this author of Mark is establishing this this great allegory about these celestial events, he just like needed a person to serve as his mom, and just took one of the most common names of women at the time in the region and just slapped it on, and that's all she was. But these people were, a lot of them were still latched on to this old Asherah worship, this queen of heaven, this bride of El, and the mother of their God, of Yahweh. And so if Mary is serving as the mom of Jesus, and they understand Jesus as an earthly embodiment of Yahweh, it would make sense for them to start importing ideas about Asherah and adding those to the character of Mary. And if you look at Mark, Matthew, Luke, Mary's just a person. By the time you get to the infancy gospel of James, she's basically a human version of Asherah. And so that makes sense to me that they took this fictional character that just served as a placeholder in the great allegory of Mark, and then because of her role, they started importing details from Asherah. And that, of course, some scholars are probably going to write a book that just destroys that idea. But Margaret Barker agrees with that. So, and unless their brain is bigger than hers, I'll probably just go with hers.
We're really lucky to live at a time when we've got Margaret Barker, Russell Mirkin, and Dennis MacDonald, speaking of Holy Trinities. I mean, you thought everything had been said, but no. They got these incredibly revolutionary insights that once you read them, you think, son of a gun, why didn't I see that?
And I was going to ask one more thing. We got 10 minutes here. Dr. Price, the Canaanite religion or mythology, if you will, that's an old mythology. And we know Egyptian mythology still finds its way 1st century BCE, potentially 1st century for sure. How does Canaanite mythology still exist 1,000 years later? You see what I'm saying? Like,
the emperor Elagabalus or Heliogabalus was a devotee of the Syrian Baal, and Baal became the chief official deity of the Roman Empire very briefly because of that. Baal, they got Baal worship at the at the apex of the Roman Empire. So anything's possible.
So that it was alive somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sorry.
In my opinion, this Canaanite mythology is still around because you look at all the connections between Baal and Yahweh.
Oh. Yeah.
It looks like Yahweh is just a revised version of the god Baal Hadad. And if that's they both rule from Mount Zaphon, they have, they ride on the cloud, they throw lightning bolts, they're responsible for the grain harvest. We see that at the end of 2 Samuel and everything else.
I totally misheard that. I thought he said grain harvest.
If Jesus is supposed to be a historicized version of Yahweh, well, then Christianity is just a gradual, sort of Zoroastrianized, Hellenized mystery cult version of this 4,000-year-old Canaanite religion. And so, Jesus, maybe Baal. I mean, not directly. There's all these other influences in there, but I think your original recipe started with the ingredient of Canaanite rain god.
Well, he dies and rises and takes the seat beside El as the co-regent of the gods. And so, I mean, it's already so close to it.
Yeah, they literally have the same dad. They rule over the same region. They live on the same mountain. They both seated at his right hand. Both of them had a consort named Anat. We actually know that from Egypt. Elephantine. There was a temple to Yahweh down there, and it talks about his wife, Anat Yahu, who was the wife of Yahweh. Well, that's Baal's wife. Which she was scary. Ran around with like a pair of scimitars, and when she would go into battle, she would like chop off the people's heads and hands, and like
It's interesting.
Trophies.
That whole theory that Mary or Miriam might be like the name of cult priestesses, like a title rather than a name, at least originally.
No, I hadn't heard that one, but that makes sense.
So imagine this. That would be his thing about it. Before you ever have this period given, that part doesn't get added in the narrative, but it almost seems to be like the shadow of something from eras bygone. But how Miriam basically, Miriam, the sister of Moses, basically serves the role of a priestess.
Oh no, that was a subtext. It clearly was there. Go ahead, Zero.
Just the meaning of the name. Is it associated with water?
Yeah, it's like I think it's, how's it typically translated? Like drop of the sea, or bitterness of the sea, depending on interpretation.
So like salt water.
No, bitter, not salt.
Well, but of the sea, it's Tiamat.
No, sea is Yam.
Well, I'm saying take it back to the creation between the salt waters and the fresh waters.
Seems kind of interesting that that's not the other way around. Anyway, here, let's continue.
Sounds like Kali.
Yeah, actually, like trim off a couple of her arms so she's not like an insect, and it's basically Kali. There are actually staggering similarities between the two. Like they actually wear a belt of human hands and a whole bunch of human heads on them, like those two trophies specifically.
Wow.
Yeah, they're both war goddesses. They can both, they're both, prone to sudden violence. So yeah, Kali and that's perfect. Yeah, Kali and Anat are. It's basically like one of the east and one of the further east.
Interesting.
Kali Ma. Well, I love the Temple of Doom.
Yeah.
I've heard that Yahweh and Baal. I've seen a YouTube video where a guy was trying. I didn't know how accurate it was, but he was trying to equate that Yahweh was Baal.
Yeah, that seems clear, because in Hosea, I think it says that you will no longer call me my Baal, but my husband. And that would sort of explain why Gideon was called Jerub-Baal. May Baal contend for him. He wasn't a member of another religion. It was the same one. And some inscriptions show that Baal was also called Yah. Y-A-W in our letters. I mean, that settles it for me.
Yeah.
So that Baal was also called Yah, Y-A-W in our letters. I mean, that settles it for me.
Yeah,
Case closed.
We kind of have that in both the Old Testament and in ancient Canaan in the Ugaritic manuscripts. So in, I believe, 2 Samuel, there's this scene where they go and they have this great battle by a river, and Yahweh helps them break through. And so that place in the river is renamed and it gets this new name to mean Yahweh broke through. And the name is Baal broke through. So they're literally using Yahweh and Baal interchangeably. And in Ugarit, which is this city in western Syria on the banks of the Mesopotamian Sea, there's this or Mediterranean Sea, not Mesopotamian. That would be, Utnapishtim's flood. So on the Mediterranean Sea, there's this city, Ugarit, and there's vast libraries discovered there. And one of these documents found there's this scene in there where El Elyon, Yahweh's dad, is talking about Baal and basically says that from this day you shall be called Yah. Well, we just got Baal renamed to Yah, which was also one of the other versions of the name Yahweh that the Israelites used. Wow. And we have the Israelites using Yahweh.
Wait, that doesn't sound right. What's he saying this is from?
El Elyon, Yahweh's dad,
Ugarit,
talking about Baal, and basically says that from this day you shall be called Yah. Well, we just got Baal renamed to Yah, which was also one of the other versions of the name Yahweh that the Israelites used. Wow. And we have the Israelites using Yahweh and Baal interchangeably in their own scripture, and also using his name in like these theophoric names and stuff. And we're going to try to deny that these gods that were identical we're going to deny that they were the same deity.
It's like the creationists saying, well, yeah, I know they look like one another, but they're separately created. There's no evolution going on.
And they even named the mountain over near Jerusalem. They rename it Mount Zaphon, which was the holy mountain that Baal lived on outside of Ugarit. That was also Mount Zaphon. It's like, really? He's got the same name, the same parents, the same address, the same job title, the same description, and you even say that you renamed him. And I'm supposed to say they're different? I don't know how that works.
It's like putting a new T-shirt on you.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna call you something else.
Yeah. I'm not Jason, I'm Jake.
Yeah.
You're Jace.
Yeah, it's totally different. Totally different.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the podcast. Hit that like button. Share this with.
Wait a second. Seriously? How? This is wild. Okay, so this is. Yeah, let's see if I can find this real quick. Let's see. Epic of Baal cycle. Okay, here.
So they may be talking about the spelling IAO.
Let's see. So, okay, so it says when, shoot, I need to find, I saw something before, but I don't know if I can actually find it. So let's see. I wish it would have a proper citation. Let's see. see.
Where you getting there by the word Yao?
What?
Are you getting there by the word Yao?
Uh,
There's gonna be a bunch. There's gonna be ball all over the place, but to zero in on this Yao thing, Yao, which might be IAO or.
Let's see. Full text. All right, here. Let's see. Yao. Yeah. Okay, anything show up here? Okay, here. Let's see. See. 2. Where is it? See. Yeah. What shows up now? Shit. No. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, the other way was YAVV. I guess it would be.
No. Yeah, I'm not finding it here.
Seems like another thing I've heard about is Yahweh is the son of Dagon.
Hold on. Let's see. So, let's see. And then, see. Oh, that's what I should have been looking for. Yam. Duh.
Is in the sea.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Yam, beloved of El. Beloved of El, Yam. Let's see. Oh, interesting. You can still see the dod, dada, is beloved. La machashtu medada ili yama. Interesting. So let's see. Ilarabami. Biami. Wait, was it Dudayama? Shiti bi aparima Dudayama. Let's see. Yam Nahar, Yam, 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 Yam.
Well, Yam would be a brother of Baal, right?
Yeah. Potentially, depending on the tradition. Let's see. El Yam Nahar, Tunan, Twisty Serpent. Yeah, it's funny how they say the twisty serpent. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no. Shit.
Twisty serpent is like tall giant.
Wait, did I just say? Oh. Let's see, where is it? Oh, right, here. Oh, shit! I just knocked something over. Yeah.
Another one could be IAH.
IAH. I want to see what I can find here first. Oh shoot. Ashiv mi meshulotiam. One more yam, powerful one. Wait, here. What's this? Below the meaning potentate. Shalit. Interesting. Shalit. That word was used to describe, we read it before, to describe Joseph as a vizier. Let's see. With her tongue, she licks the heavens. What on earth?
Yeah.
That sounds like Kali. Let's see.
The way Tiamat was split to create the heavens and earth, and the rivers flowed out of the eyes or the nostrils.
Interesting. The drying up of Yammer Tehom Rabbi Rahab Tanin. Come on. I just want to find something about Yam. Let's see. So it was a title that was taken from. Interesting. What's this? Mariami Tarada. He banished Baala, Baal, B. Mariami from the summit. Okay, this is interesting. Apparently, Mariam or Miriam in a certain context could mean summit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Marom. Interesting.
The high holy place.
Let's see.
Kind of connect to that rest idea a little bit.
Let's see. Let's see. Yapiu. Ibu yapiu lebali sharatu lerakibi urpati. Let's see. I'm looking for any word that could be interpreted as Yao. Mariama. Achati. Whoa, this is weird. So, well, not weird, but it's interesting. Because of the knowledge I have in Hebrew, I'm able to understand some of it without, like, having to look at the English. Well, I mean, not enough that I'm looking at it, I see which words translate directly to which words. So it's not direct. Let's see. Shamima is heaven. Arsi is earth. Or Artsi, yeah. Tala, dew. Nashahu, serpent. Wait, no, poured. Kabuma. Oh yeah. Kochva. Kavka. Stars. Come on. Shadu. Interesting. De Alpushadu, 1,000 fields. Oh, never mind. I thought Shadu just means fields. That makes sense. Wait, what? Holy crap. Did you know this? Listen to this. La Yashuhu. Which I get. Wait. La Yashuhu. He cries to Torah ila Abahu.
Of the High Father or something?
No, so Torah in Ugaritic apparently means bull.
Yeah, well, it's like Taurus. Toro. That Aleph is the beginning.
Yeah. Let's see. So, let's see, is this
may relate to Tel as a mountain.
Matavuha Wachaziru Kabani Atirati Motabo Pitra Rapati Atira Yami. Come on, something about Yam. Mariama. Wait.
One of the twins, Yemo.
What?
I think there's an association with one of the twins in the Indo-European myth. I think it's Yemo. I think means twin.
Oh, here, I think I found it. Oh, never mind. Bi Yaminia. I saw Yam and Ya, and I was like, oh. Yummy, Yam, 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 Yummy, Yummy. Al-Fashila, Biyami, Sheila. Wait, Enekuma? Oh, Enechuma. Yamim, Ribata Binaharima. Wow, it's just repeating. Ayama Watabhucha. Yami, Hayama, Yamani, Chauta, Yaman, Yaminiha, no, Yami. Oh, interesting. I wonder, is this a play on words? Napayana ha maksi bashariha timtau madaha biyami tine napayana ha binaharima shatat hupatara le ishiti hubruta lezari pachamima ta'apipu Torah ila da paida tagaziu bania baniwati. It's wild how different it is than Hebrew. But you definitely see the connections despite that. Yummy, 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 yummy. Sounds like I'm saying yummy, yummy, but I'm not. Let's see. Batulat. Interesting.
Are they having the feminine endings with the up?
Well, no, Batulat I think is virgin. It's referring to Anata's virgin. Yummy, 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 yummy. Yum's messengers, yum here. Yum, yum, yum. Oh, come on. This is taking forever, but I want to find if I can find this. Is it just repeating the same thing? I think it is. But I won't know unless I go through it all. Wait, here. Is this, I wish if they would just put a freaking citation. This is why citations matter, and why just seeing something on a website doesn't mean jack shit if you can't cite it. For all you know, it could be there, but what good is it if nobody can find it?
Are you looking for like etymology of yam or?
No, I'm trying to find this thing where people are saying that Yam is, that apparently it was a title of Yam that then got passed on to Baal, and then apparently, by extent, it's almost saying that that's the reason why some people associate, let's see. Wait, what is this? Son of C. Idati. Wait, son of the what? Confluence? Wait, what's this word? Idati. Binima idati. Wait. 1 second. Let's see. Give me a moment. Let's see. Yamluku. Wait, here. Let's see. Benafshihu. Interesting. Benapshi. Who? Nefesh. Apparent. Okay, so in this context, nefesh or napshi seems to be connected to what is it? To the throat. Bani. Are you guys still there?
Yep.
So,
Yep.
Yeah. What do y'all think of this?
I'm not able to see what you're looking at, but
I'm just kind of processing and following along. Go ahead, sir. I was just saying, I'm just following along.
Oh, interesting.
Are you looking that this renaming of Baal comes from Yam?
Apparently, but I can't find this anywhere. Wait, what was Imra? Ilima Yishpa. Yum 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 yum. Um. Yeah, I don't think I found it. It was not here. I just wasted all that time. All right, let's see.
Which spellings have you looked for?
Here I'm searching Balta. Well, I got BAL to IAH, but that's Batman Airport to George Bush International Airport, which I don't think is what I'm looking for.
I mean, you tried IAO. I mean, if you just on the yaw part, because ball's going to be all over the place.
Here, what's this?
And like, do you know the syllabary or?
So no, what this is, Yahweh is frequently invoked in Greco-Roman magical texts dating from the 2nd century BCE to the 5th century CE, most notably in the Greek magical papyri under the names Iao, Adonai Savaot, and Eloi. I can't find anything about.
So that's the IAO.
One second.
I'm wondering if something like JAV gets it anyway.
Wait, here, I think
Were they also consonantal?
Huh?
Did they also mainly do consonants?
Sorry, one more time.
Did they also mainly do consonants?
Consonants?
Ugaritic also consonantal?
I'm not sure.
To where something like just JH?
What is that?
Call from Margie.
Wait, what's this one quoting? It's saying, no. I don't know. Seems like. Let me see if I can find anything on YouTube real quick. Ball, yell. I don't know. All right. Let's just finish this up. ונאמר אליו, כן אם אנחנו לא היינו מרגלים. And we said to him, so they're speaking to Jacob, and we said to him, we are honest men, and we are Kenim, we are not now, nor have we ever been. I'm adding that part in. We're not now spies, or we've never been spies. It's also interesting because it's almost like we haven't been spies now, and then there's this, the spies later. Let's see. 12 אנחנו אחים בני אבינו, האחד איננו, והקטון היום את אבינו בארץ כנען. So 12 of us, brothers, the son of one father, we do not have, the small one is not with us today. He is with our father in the land of Canaan. ויאמר אלינו האיש אדוני הארץ בזאת, עדה כי כנים אתם אחיכם, האחד הניחו איתי, ואת רבון בתיכם קחו ולכו. And they said, and he said to us, the man that is Lord of the land, of this land, I will know that you are honest if you and your brother like leave to rest one of your brothers with me, and the hunger of your house, kahu, take and go. I guess it's saying take for the hunger. I don't know. והביאו את אחיכם הקטון אליי, ואדע כי לא מרגלים אתם, כי כנים אתם את אחיכם, אתן לכם את הארץ תשחרו. And bring your youngest or your smallest brother to me, and I will know that you are not spies, and that you are honest men, and that you are brothers, and your brother I will give to him and the land Tisheru, freedom, like I will allow him to I'll give to you your brother, and to him I will allow him to roam the land. You shall be free, and you shall be free to Tisheru, to go around in merchandise or in trade. Interesting. ויהיו המריקים שכיהם והנה איש צרור כספו ושקו ויראו את צררות כספיהם המה ואביהם ויראו. Let's see. And as they were Merikim emptying Sakehem, their sacks, they beheld Ish Tzaror, a man, Tzaror Kaspo, a man's parcel of his silver in his sack, and he saw, and they feared, and Tzarorot, and their and the like parcels of silver, Hema, them and their father feared. Vayomer aleihem Yaakov avihem oti shikaltem Yosef einenu v'Shimon einenu v'et Binyamin v'tikachu alai ayu kulana. And he said to that, and Jacob said to them, Jacob their father said to them, shikaltem oti, one second. You bereave or make childless, or you have made me childless. Joseph is not, and Shimon is not, and Benjamin tikachu, you would take from me hayu kulana. Upon me, these things kulana are all the time. This is all the time happening to me. Vayomer Reuven el aviav leomer et shnei banai tamitim lo avienu alecha tana oto al yadi vani vashivenu Alecha. And Reuven said to his father, saying, two of my sons you can kill if I do not return with them Alecha to you. Tana ota, take give them al-yadi, give them give them to you, oto. I give them to him. Give him oto to give him to you upon my hand. I give him to you upon my hand, maybe. And I will return to you. That's very odd. What do you guys make of that? You guys there?
I'm not sure what to make of it. Yeah, I'm here. I'm not sure what to make of it.
You may kill my two sons, etc. The reason the Torah inserts the expression lomer at this point is that Reuven was not willing to utter such a thing outright, seeing that even such a conditional curse by a wise man may have fatal consequences. He phrased his offer in such a way that the meaning was unmistakable, though he did not actually speak about killing his sons. Interesting. The word tamid is to be understood as you may punish. We may find a similar punishment being inflicted upon Aaron when God killed two of his 4 sons as an expression of his anger at Aaron, share in the sin of the golden calf. Interesting. You may kill. that two of his sons for what? That bring back two of his. He was foolish. Was a foolish firstborn, saying that he assumed that his sons were not only his sons and not only the son. Wait, that his sons were only his sons and not also the sons of their grandfather. That doesn't make sense. Anyway, let's continue. ויאמר לא ירד בני עמכם כי אחיו מת והוא לבדו נשארו קראו אסון בדרך אשר תלכו בה והורדתם את שבטי ביגון שאולה. And he said, do not, my son is not to go down with you because your brother, for his brother is dead and he is alone, and he alone remains. And if he meets with Ason, with disaster, Baderech Asher, on the road that is going to that you are going on, Vehorad Tam, and he sinks down to Horad Tam, and he goes down in Shevati. Oh, interesting. I thought this was saying something about what's the word? About captivity, but no. That Shivati. That if he goes down, my Shiva, my old age, Beyagon, will be like my hair will go. I don't know. My old white hair will go down. Or will go down to Sheol in anguish. And that's a perfect place to end off because I need to probably get going. So y'all have, or actually here, let me just actually wait, is there any, what's the commentary on this? Let's see, all commentary. And some mishap would befall him. Wait, what is this? The Vav. Okay, wait. Has the Vav Shuruk? I don't know. For his brother is dead and he yet alone remains, the certain loss of Shimon, who is presently held as a hostage in an Egyptian jail. If Benjamin were not to go to Egypt, compared to the possible loss of Benjamin, interesting. My son will not go down there with you. So interesting, this idea of Benjamin going down and Jacob going down. Let's see, where's the thing? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway.
It is interesting that I mean, it's all put into the fulfillment of God's plan idea, but that Joseph never, hopped a chariot for the day and a half ride back to hometown. He had it too good in Egypt.
Yeah. Anyway, let's see. Baruch אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת וחיי עולם נטע בתוכנו ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה. Oh, I just saw this from Vesper. It's from the ball cycle that I was looking for, and apparently it's something where ball is called Yao. Yeah, see, I can't find it either, but here I can, let's see, where was I'll send you the website that I found that seems kind of sus because I can't find any citations, but anyway. Y'all have any thoughts before we close out?
No, it's fun as always, and Jacob is kind of Joseph is kind of showing he is Jacob's son after all. Hey.
Yeah, like I said, Joseph never sent Jacob a letter or nothing.
I think part of it is like, actually, it is a good point. That is a good point. Oh, there's zero. But yeah. Anyway, anyone have any last comments before we finish out?
Nope, I'm done.
All right. Well, if that's the case, then next time in Egypt, in a long time ago, in a kingdom actually still pretty far away. Sorry, I'm just trying to get this to stay up. Egypt. We will return to Egypt soon. Oh God, I look ridiculous in this. Here. Egypt. There. And on that note, one moment. Egypt. We will return to Egypt soon. And on that note, Mashiach now.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, oh yeah, Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. And we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now, Mashiach now, we don't want to wait.